Uostarosta.
Huh.
Uostarosta.
What's he doing? That's odd.
Booster. Booster.
I'm sure I can fix it. I think.
Spooky.
Wanna get high? Wanna get high? Was that a party or?
Ho ho ho. The world is flat. I'm here to ring the alarm with my puppet like charm, straight from the barn. I'm talking about Flat Earth Farms, cause most don't know. They think we live on a globe, a ball that floats. So listen and take notes, and take it to a higher plane. Imagine yourself in all it contains, in all its glory and flair. Flat Earth Farms can take you there. Open your mind outside the box. No more staring at NASA's Photoshop. No more moon landings, no line to ya. No more people standing backwards in Australia. Just facts and pure truth, planning straight to the roots. Flat Earth Farms help you understand. A magical place on a wondrous land.
The world is flat, and that's a fact. Tell your friends next time you chat. Let them know a ball ain't that. Let's stay playing with the baseball bat. Cause we coming at the barn, a higher place. The Flat Earth Farm.
This could be it, Harry. Pass the word along. Tell the men it's time to shoot the moon.
Shoot the moon!
No, idiot. Not out there on the microphone. On the microphone.
Shoot the moon. Shoot the moon.
What are we gonna do tonight, Singe Man?
The same thing we do every night, Boston Ray. Try to take over the world.
The world of science cares about you. Eureka! We found it. With the tools of science, we have invented, yes, hand sanitizer. But not just any hand sanitizer. This hand sanitizer was developed and approved by the Dark One himself. Here are a few of the things our product can bring you.
Serve, bow wow run. He's my mighty puppy. Serve, bow wow run. He's my mighty puppy. Serve, bow wow run. He's my mighty puppy. Serve, bow wow. Mud. You slept. Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
Coming soon to a theater near you. It's a picture imperfect, I smear the clear view. Keep it moving, you assuming all the rumors are true. I am whom you presume will be here to bear fruit. Careful, I resume with panache. Oh my gosh, it was destined for me. Wind in my wings, I do not feel the pressure on me. One foot in front the other, I march through this marsh. Yeah, Taj put this hard in his testimony. Where you can hear the passion of the loss. The credit is rapacious, but cash ain't what it costs. They defamed his character, asked him what he thought. Misinformed by the misinformed, passing of the torch. Talk less, listen more, pissing more on whiskey I drunk. Once upon a time in a distant storm. Yeah, they took a shot at killing me. My star rose, a hot nose, something like a soliloquy. Something like it's a killing spree, loading up the artillery. Sycophants dance, the participants willingly fall prey all day. Wolf in sheep clothing, under the influence till they fall asleep dozing. Got my ducks in the rows and my accusers I owes them. I don't do this for no one, didn't choose, I was chosen. So then, off we go. This is God's plan, homie, I just keep on building off it though.
2, 3. Sub all 3 of these channels. Austin, No One's Flower. You made it. Let's see. Rebel Snarfle. Rebel Snarfle. Rebel Snarfle. Rebel Snarfle. Rebel Snarfle. Trinkets Delight. What's up? Grant Roger. Bearsworth. Mudsworth. Get your Mudsworth. Did I miss anybody? Does anybody need anything? Nancy, send the waitress out. Send the waitress. Nancy.
Please, don't forget to tip your waitress.
So, all right. Let me see where how I want to start this, because it's just gonna be this. I'm going deep with this. All right. Let me see. I have a few things already looked up, but this is what I'm trying to prove. All right. Well, what I'm trying to prove. All right. What I'm going to prove. See what I got. All right. So basically, okay. We see this Mudmob thing, right? Let me see, where is it? You guys always see it. Hashtag Mudmob. It's my hashtag. If you search for it, it'll come up. You'll find every one of my channels, right? I can't find it right now. It's somewhere. Here it is. This one. Yeah, what's up, Drew? So, all right. So the Mudmob. What is it? Is it a cult? No, it's not. Is it a gang? No, it's not. The Mudmob, for me, is the orphans who created the mob, who was brought over here by the Masons, the Oddfellows. We're going to cover a little bit of it today. So, the Irish and the Italian mob. So, see this up. Should I allow it? No. Deny. All right. Irish famine immigrants created a lasting legacy in the city of Boston that shaped the future for many Irish Americans. Learn how the Irish famine immigrants created a lasting impact in Boston and influenced American politics, culture, and music. So, in 1847, the first big year of famine immigration from Ireland to America, the city of Boston was overwhelmed with the arrival of 7,000 Irish Catholics arriving at this port. In 1885, Irish immigrants and their native-born children totaled 154,861, more than the entire population of the city in 1845. Arriving in Boston, the Irish immediately settled into the lowest rung of the society and fought a daily battle of survival. At first discriminated against, these immigrants built a strong community centered on family, church, schools, business, and political organizations. How the Irish changed Boston. Most immigrants during this period were poor Irish citizens, the rural backgrounds who settled in the areas that became exclusively Irish near the Boston waterfront along Battery March and Broad Streets, then the North End section in East Boston. Irish men took any unskilled jobs they could find, such as cleaning yards and stables, unloading ships, and pushing carts, while many Irish women became domestic servants. The Irish eventually discovered the path to making a difference and changing the discrimination they were being faced with laid in a local ballot box. Blah, blah, blah. All right, so this is about the Irish. They came here. Let me see something. See if I can get any historic photos of it. I'll see what they got for images. Here we go. Here's the Italians. You see what I'm saying? Boom, baby. Look at this one. They look like families, though. There's adults, there's children, but there's a lot of children. Let's see. Let's go back. I don't know what that is. Let's look at it anyway. It looks like they're coming over on a ship. All right. Can't make that one out too well. What is going on here? This dude's smoking a pipe. They're coming off the boats. It looks like they're trying to get in. These people are like coming in. This lady's like trying to hug the kid, maybe. I don't know. This guy with the top hat, he looks kind of creepy. Look at he's like standing behind her. He's like, hey. Like if I was that lady, I'd be like, take a few steps back, please. Like, look, he's like under her dress. Look at that. Whoa. That is everybody okay with this? Is everybody okay with this picture? Well, we're gonna see what happens. We're gonna get into it. I mean, if Scott, I sent you the link. Scott. What's this? How the immigrants came to New England. There's the cobblestones. This dude looks sketchy. He's got the hidden hand going on. Look at that. He's just standing in the corner with the hidden hand. Like he didn't pose for that. He just happened to be standing there, front to the right, with the hidden hand. You know what I mean? They always got they love the hidden hand. All right, let's see what else we got here. A history of immigration to Boston, ethnic groups and places. So this is supposed to be seen on the South Boston Bridge. Okay. This is in South Boston. Look, you can see it says South Boston up there with a horse and a guy riding it. And they look like they're coming over on boats, maybe, or no, they're probably just fishing. I don't know. Let's see. What is he doing? He's handing him something. He's like, yeah. She's like, yeah, man. He's like, it's good stuff. She's like, you better not rip me off this time. This one's like, I need some water. He's like, fine, take it. It's really moonshine. Look at this little one. Little yee one. He's just like, yeah, I'm just chilling here on the fence. I don't really know much about what's going on. I'm just taking it all in. I don't know what the bigger picture is in life. I don't know what to do with myself. Hold on. Let me see if I can make this go full screen. Oh. I don't know what the bigger picture is. I don't know what's going on in life. I'm just sitting here next to this guy with a top hat and a pipe, just chilling. The Irish. Here we go. Not found. Not allowed. Oakman Italian immigrants. Wow, that's a lot. All right. Oh, what do we got? Irish history in Boston. So it looks like they're coming off the boat, right? They're like, well, they got like a sick or a dead person right there. They have some dead people. Look at that. There's one, or sick people or something. These people look like, yeah, this looks like the sick tent, or it's some sort of tent like what they set up nowadays. And then they got these ones are like, all right, you guys can go. Look, these ones are all right. You guys can go. You guys can go. Look, they got a nun or something. Maybe not a nun. I don't know. Looks like a nun. Maybe not. They're all wearing headdresses, so I have no clue. And then we got like the sick ones over here, it looks like. Well, maybe not. She looks sick. He looks like he's helping her. These ones look dead. Right there. That must be the people they didn't make the trip. They didn't survive the voyage. Look, and there's more boats coming too. Look, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ships coming in. Oh, what's going on over here? Nice. What are they doing? Going into some shelter, getting some shelter? Good. We have all these brick buildings around supposedly, and they're giving them a nice little wooden shack. Good job. I could probably build something better than that myself. All right. What else do we got here? What's this? Yeah. Oh, this is an old one, but I think we already looked at it. Irish to blame diggers, Boston, Mass, 1882. Irish to blame. No. Is that what it says? Yeah. Irish. Blame. No. Irish. Blame. I can't read it. Blam diggers? Lamb diggers? Blam diggers? I don't know. Someone help me out with this. What up, David Wolf? Let me see. Irish. All right, here we go. Irish immigrant girls were in demand despite hard times. Wow. Let's see. Orphans? No. They're a little, orphans. Look. Let's see what we got. We have young ones here. Looks like we have older ones in the back. It looks like the youngest ones are in the front. And then as you get back there, you got the guys with the top hats. See what I'm saying? Always got the guys with the top hats. There's a lot of them. Okay. So why were they bringing so many of these people, like Irish, Italian, immigrant, like all of a sudden, like all at the same time? Like, look. So let's see what we're doing here. Like, what was the big deal? Like, why are they all hurrying over here so much? Like, if I know Ireland is probably beautiful. I mean, my family's from Sicily. They came over from Sicily to Ellis Island, where the Statue of Liberty is, and then they went over to the north end of Boston from Sicily. But Sicily is beautiful. I mean, if you've ever seen pictures of Sicily, I don't know why you'd want to leave there, but to come here. Same thing with Ireland. I don't know. Must be a reason why they all came over. Let's see. All right. What's this? Italian immigrants arrive at Ellis Island in 1905. Lost baggage. This is supposed to be a real picture from 1905. So we have a mom with 1, 2, 3 children. Where's the dad? Is that's not the dad? He's too young. Unless he's the dad and he's got himself a cougar. But it looks like it's probably his mom. What do you guys think? Have you seen? It's like a milk carton. Have you seen me? Donate 99 cents a day, and you could save this person, Ray, Cash App. Donate 50 cents a day, and you could help this little girl, Boston Ray, PayPal. All right. So let's see. The picture shows an immigrant ship its way to the United States. All right. Whoa, let's see what's going on here. Immigrant ship. Boom. Just some kids, a lot of adults. Top hats. Any poses? All right. That's cool. This dude's climbing up. These dudes are climbing up. They're like, yeah! They're getting bored. They're getting antsy. They're like, we've been riding for 3 months. Look at this one. He knew they were taking a picture. This motherfucker. Look at this. He's got his cane there. It's like fucking the Monopoly guy without the monocle. Maybe he's the captain. Maybe that's the captain. I doubt it, though. What's this guy doing? What the fuck is he doing with it? He's like, he's throwing up a 3. He's like, 3's up. 3's up for Boston. This dude's like, put his hand on his shoulder, like, hey. And this one's like posing, like looking at him. He's like, hey. He's like, what do you mean? He's like, oh, forget about it. Boston Immigration History. GG Archives. Look at the buildings. U.S. Customs. U.S. Customs. 1914. All right, here we go. We're getting there now. All right. It's another family. 3 children. It's just a normal family. Maybe. Irish immigration. This one's like, oh no. Oh dear. This one's like, why me? Why? Something obviously bad happened to these two. Or they're just like, get me off of this place. Just please. All right. Homes wanted for children. Homes wanted for children. A company of orphan children. In different ages. I can't read it. I can't make it all out. But they wanted orphan. They had orphan children. Lots of orphan children. This distribution of children is consent of State Board of Control and will take place at the Minnesota Friday, January 11th. So that's what, 8/11/07. Get there, be there, be square. Orphan trains. Here you go. So there's some orphans. This one looks happy. This one looks like they don't really know. This one doesn't know what it is. They're not sure. All right. What's going on here? There's chilling. There's hanging out. Oh. Boston. Italian immigrants to America. A lot of these photos are old, man. They're really old because you can't even get a high resolution. A history of immigration, ethnic groups, and places. So this is what was going on. There was like, all these Irish and Italians coming to Boston. Well, everywhere, but Boston, New York. Whole bunches of them. Supposedly. So Is that what that statue was? I think we saw that somewhere. Shit. Assisted immigrant from Kerry Workhouse. Who am I? A pauper will be burden upon the country. To Kalamazoo. I want to go to Kalamazoo. That'd be so much fun. Here you go. Immigration ship. You guys enjoying this? What's... Oh, here we go. Singerino. What's going on? He's almost... he's half in the bag. He's half here, half there. Hey, what's going on? You enjoying the show tonight so far? Singer's here. What's up? What's up, Singerino?
This is to my parents. Actually, my great grandparents and my great great grandparents, who were orphans, and they let me draw as much as I want.
Mm-hmm. You met them
on the walls.
You met them?
They let me draw as much as I want on the walls.
Where? In Boston?
As a baby.
As a baby? You don't remember where?
When I was a baby.
You remember drawing?
I don't know where I was.
You remember drawing on the walls, though? For real?
Yeah, they let me draw as much as I want.
What did you draw?
Encouraged me to.
What did you draw, Singe?
Dragons and knights and princesses and castles.
That's what
trees.
You've been drawing that type of stuff since
and
you were
very very small rocks.
Nice.
Woo-hoo.
I can't argue with that.
Party on, Wayne.
Have you been paying attention?
Party on, Waynettes and Garthettes.
Have you been paying attention? I'm just going over some immigration photos, but we're gonna
Amitabha bless us all. I have not.
We're gonna dig into this a little more, a lot more. Look at this: Irish immigration orphan trains. Irish immigration orphan trains.
My great grandfather. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna have to change this background for that. Wow, I've seen this picture before. Okay.
But that's all Irish immigrants, supposedly.
What? There's my great grandpa.
I know, right?
Right there on the far left.
I was thinking the same thing from the Sicilian ones. Like, that's my uncle. All right, so we have
great
my great uncle. Look, Irish immigrants. Look at them sitting around sewing.
Do I have a Mudmob one? I don't really have
Italians. Actually, these are Italians. Italians garments. So these are the Italians. You see what I'm saying? They mixed them together. I'm sorry. No insult to the Irish. I didn't mean to insult you. All right. Italian immigrants. Need for orphan trains. Look at this.
Look at that. She's making their clothes.
Look, these are all orphans, dude.
But my headphones are dying. Hold on,
dude. This is a ship full of orphans. It says need for orphan trains. Will you let that person?
My audio is about to change.
Will you let that person?
Now see my audio through my mic, so it's gonna sound different. Okay.
All right, but can you put that person in? Whoever just popped in, can you let them in? I don't know who it is.
Oh, I thought that was my headphones.
It might be, but it might be.
It's not my headphones. Okay.
I gave out the link, so.
It is Mr. Lavelle.
All right, look at that.
Hello, Mr. Lavelle. That's French. Lavelle.
How you doing,
Scott? That right?
I can't hear you, Scott. Muted? We'll see.
We're on the night shift.
What?
Hey, party on. Mr. Lavelle from France.
No.
Nice.
Come on.
A live rim shot.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, that's the point. No, it's supposed to be what is funny.
Yeah, I'm looking. still
Yeah,
digging.
you're looking.
I'm still digging. I'm still digging.
Right. I'm going to. Oh no, sit here and do some artwork maybe, or I don't really want two screens open at the same time. You know what I mean? Not to mention that I do have this drawing pad, so technically it'd be three screens open at the same time.
What does he got
I'm
in the
just gonna
bag?
chill.
Clothes?
Not that.
This guy's got bags, bags and bags and bags. Bags for days. Bags for days.
Hey,
Oh,
hold on a
look
second.
at all the Irish slaves.
Okay, everybody, look
Yeah,
at
what do
your
you,
screen
what do you,
right
what do
now.
you think about it? You think they're slaves, Scott?
I gotta make sure you're
No.
safe.
No,
Take your
I think
temperature.
this is photo off.
You see? Oh, yeah. Very.
I think we were slaves before the
I think
You know
I was
who.
just telling Ray that we're like cattle. This is them moving
We're
the
all
cattle.
cattle,
right here.
yeah.
This is a major movement of the cattle. And right now, we're on the farm known as United
Yeah.
States.
We're sheep. We're sheeple.
We're on a pretty good farm, luckily, but a
Mm-hmm.
farm it be. A gilded
Yeah,
cage
choose
it
your
is.
hold on. Choose your farm correctly.
All right, so
Yeah.
this is where they came in. That's
Flat
South
Farm.
Boston.
Flat Earth
This
Farm.
is
That was
Boston.
Flat Earth Farm commercial, by the way.
There's Charlestown. That's where I'm at. Mystic River. That's where I'm at. Right. This is where I am right now. Right around.
You can tell
This-
it's old
yeah.
by the way it's mapped out. I mean, the borders look old. You know,
This is where I'm at. I'll show you.
just the bordering looks like, hey, this is ours. This is ours. No, this is ours. This is ours.
Somewhere
This is
around
ours.
here.
This is ours. This is ours.
Everybody
This
says
land.
this is ours.
This land. This land. No, that's not yours. That's
It
mine.
has an old feel to it. You know what I mean? All the borders being like that, kind of like Europe. You know what I mean?
So listen to this. Irish immigrants percent of population by ward, city of Boston, 1910. There you go.
Like you don't see that many borders when you get to the West Coast. Is my point.
Yeah.
See the difference? It's really kind of England. It's New England.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
it's
different
It's
than-
thieves. Feeble.
Yeah, it's very. I
It's
just
the
noticed it.
fifes. The fifes.
It's yeah, interesting. I just noticed it because they were fresh from the boats. And they started their land right there. The train.
Irishmen to the rescue. What are they doing?
Yeah. Look at this.
Crazy.
Irish
Our
Americans
past
of
is
Massachusetts.
not what they told us.
The
We know that.
indomitable valor of bravery which distinguished your ancestors on many and bloody battlefield in
You
past
jumping.
ages have descended to you unfurnished.
Angela, baby.
Your fellow countrymen of the 9th Massachusetts Regiment. Oh, so this is from the Irish Regiment of probably Hanover Courthouse at Manchesterville, at Gaines Mill, and at Newtonville. That is not degenerated. They are worthy inheritors of the courage. Look, they are worthy inheritors of, of the courage of powerless, of the heroes who fought. So they fought in some sort of war.
Yep, they did.
Seems like that.
Irish. Wow, look at this. Irish orphan girls at High Park Barracks.
Dude, Stitch Man, dude, us Irish people are freaking hardcore, dude. Hardcore, son. Hardcore.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you guys are hardcore. Yeah. Definitely.
You're hardcore too, though.
No, we're gonna get to the Italians too. I'm just looking up as much stuff as I can. Might as well. All right. Single file, guys. Single file. Population 3 timeline.
He's in La California. La California. That's French. La California.
Okay.
La California.
Oh, it's gay. Very gay.
Look, mass grave found at former. No, that's creepy. Mass grave found at former Catholic orphanage in Ireland.
What?
Yeah, that's what it says. Look, mass grave found.
That's what it says, but you know.
Yeah. Who knows?
Lies.
Who knows?
It is what it is.
It is what it
So,
is.
So look it up. Look this up, dude.
Look,
Dutch.
No. I'm fine. I got it. I'm not going to the Dutch. I'm going to the Italian.
Yeah.
To the north end. Just give me a sec. I know what I'm doing.
Ray's not mad at me.
I'm just looking.
Ray, are you mad at me?
No, I'm not mad at you. Why are you mad at
It
me?
says, I think Ray is mad at me.
Calm down. Everyone just calm down.
No, I'm reading it. It says,
Why would I
think
be mad
Ray
at
is mad at me.
Oh, no.
I don't know. I'm reading it. It says, I
flat
think Ray
accord
is mad
music?
at me.
No, I'm not mad at you, flat accord.
Flat accord music?
Why does everyone
I don't
think I'm mad?
understand how
Why
to
does everyone
read
think I'm
third
mad?
person, so I read it as first person. Whenever I read anything, I only refer it to me. It's the way I do everything. Sorry.
Hey, FAM. Shush. A little bit. Just shush. Just shush.
I don't read the chat.
All right.
Scott,
All right.
Hey, Scott. I never read my comments. Right,
when I read comment, refer to me.
Scott,
oh, dude, you know what? That place right there has the best ice cream shakes you've ever had.
What?
Look at the bricks.
And some good pasta. Somewhere.
Pasta.
All right.
All right. I'm waking up the whole neighborhood, which is like 2 people. 2 people.
Oh, look at these ones.
Those 2 people are going to be pissed.
Those people.
Oh, all right. All right, so let me see.
All right, Ray, focus.
Don't let my funny antics make you nervous or distracted.
Wait, hold on. What was that? Don't be.
I have edibles. I ate some edibles. Now I'm floating up here. It's pretty cool. You'll see.
All right. Let's see.
Yeah, we're getting Ray off track. Ray, focus.
Ray, what are you doing?
Ray has a plan. He has a plan, dude.
I did have a plan.
Oh, you're muted.
He has a plan. I know.
I'm muted.
Sorry.
I'm muted.
Yeah,
No.
you're muted. Sorry.
Am I muted?
No, you're not muted now.
Oh, no.
All right. You guys are fucking with me. Just relax.
I know. No,
I'm trying to run my show. You're telling me I'm muted. You're banging drums in my ear.
Muted.
Everyone just chill. I'm trying to do something here. I had 16 people watching. God.
16? That's amazing.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Nice.
Like, you guys are killing me.
No, it's not amazing. I'm just it's sarcasm.
All right, give me a second.
But Ray needs a focus, okay? Because he told me, don't throw me out.
Bombs forgot how to kill people? Doesn't your work mean anything to you anymore? Have you no sense of pride in what you do? No sense of duty? No sense of destiny? I'm looking for generals! What do I got? Foot soldiers!
You had it going. Do it again.
So the orphan trained children ran factories.
Ready? Hold on. Keep going.
Right?
The earth's flat. What you gonna do about it? The earth's flat. Now what you gonna do about it? The earth's flat. Now what you gonna do about it? The earth's flat. Now tell me what you gonna do about it. What you gonna do about it? Now what you gonna do about it?
So orphan trained children end up running factories. Right?
Yeah.
What's she gonna do about it?
What you gonna do? Well,
and basically,
this is what I got next. Okay, the route that the Irish took.
Orphan trained children were running the factories.
Great arrival.
And basically working on the
running
farms.
the factories.
Okay. Basically, the orphan trained children were like little adults. Like,
yeah, they were.
Like the Little Rascals. Okay?
Oh yeah, we're gonna.
So
yeah,
what do you think little?
No, they were way smarter than the Little Rascals.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Little children know angles of every corner of the town and little areas. Little kids know what's going on, so then they grow up to be adults who know all the angles of the town and what's going on, and then they become mobsters. Well, I'm sure there were good people, not all of them, right?
Yeah, they cut the
types
stream
of
for a
people,
sec.
but some of them.
Yeah, they were like running the world. Little kids.
Yeah,
they were, dude.
They
were.
They cut our stream. Fucking assholes.
They were getting.
Did they really?
Yeah, we're doing too good tonight. We're doing too.
Oh
good.
no, you're over the target. The target.
You can just see the next screen I got up. I mean, Jesus.
So next is
All right, we'll wait. We'll wait them out. We'll wait them
hit
out.
it, Ray.
Go ahead, Scott. Give me some drums. Just
All right,
give
how
me-
about this? Ready, Ray? Because I've been thinking about this a lot. Okay,
Wow.
so do.
All right.
Good to burn some books these days.
Ready? Keep going. If first is fair, then can you reproduce after the Big Bang for me? Explosions don't create, they destroy things. There was a time when science used to prove within the scientific method. Now it's all just a bunch of bullshit. I lost it. But yeah,
The little spaceships.
It'll work. Yeah. It's I said NASA. Right? I said NASA. Why so slow to go back to the moon? Beginning to run out of patience.
Hey, Ray.
Yeah. What up?
Ray, they just brought in the 3 crates to warehouse number 16, and they want to know if you're happy with the purchase. Just please let them know tomorrow.
Tell them.
What?
Yeah. Tell them. I'll let them know. All right. So the Great Arrival.
Nope.
The Great Arrival. Most of this generation of Italian immigrants took their first steps on U.S. soil in a place that has now become a legend. Ellis Island.
Mm-hmm.
Just like I said, my great grandparents told me. Italian earthquake refugees board ship for U.S. in 1909. Well, look at that. They numbered 300,000. Of course, it's a 3. In the 1890s, 600,000 is a 6 for your 33 and the 333.
Wait, calm down with your numbers, Ray.
Why is it always going to be a 3 or a 6?
Numbers.
It's always a 3 and an 11 and a 9 and a 12 and a 13 and a 14 and a 666.
Well, calm down and let me cover my fucking story. All right. A decade after that, more than 2 million by 1920, when immigration began to taper off. More than 4 million Italians had to come to the United States, representing more than 10% of the nation's population. What brought about this dramatic surge in immigration? All right, yeah.
This is important.
This
is very important.
This is important. Boom, baby. Now we're getting to the gravy. What brought about this dramatic surge in immigration? The causes are complex. Each individual or family, no doubt, had a unique history. But
No doubt.
But the late 18th century, the peninsula of Italy had finally been brought under one flag, but the land and the people were by no means unified. Decades of internal strife. You feel that? Had left a legacy of violence, social chaos, poverty. Widespread poverty hasn't gone away.
What do you mean? No, it hasn't.
The peasants in the primarily poor, mostly rural south of Italy and on the island of Sicily had little hope of improving their lot. See, that's where my great-grandparents came from, Sicily. Diseases and natural disasters swept through the new nations, which we don't even know. It could have been, false diseases and false disasters.
Fake.
Yeah. But its fledgling government was in no condition to bring aid to the people. So
AIDS?
The government was not bringing aids to their people.
Yeah, they're bringing it soon.
So transatlantic transportation became more
trans.
Yeah. So they had to throw that word in there, but also, they lowered the price on the boat so people would be able to afford it, right? They basically, all right, this is what I get out of this.
Yeah.
They spreaded diseases and natural disasters, right?
Yeah. They spread it.
And then they lowered the price on ships to say, hey, get the fuck out of here. And everyone went for it. And they probably ran some propaganda on the news and scared the shit out of them. So this says, as transatlantic transportation became more affordable as a word of American prosperity came via returning immigrants and U.S. recruiters. Italians found it increasingly difficult to resist the call of L'America.
Yeah, I told you it's not L.A. It's La. It's not L.A. It's not L.A. It's La, California.
Dude, good job, Ray. You're a good reader.
Thank you. Going to the land of opportunity, homeless Italian earthquake refugees on their way to America. There you go. Do I want to view the enlarged image? Let's see. Shall I? Do I dare? Oh, here you go. It's not really that enlarged. It says zoom out, zoom in, rotate, full screen. All right, here we go. Dude, there's a lot of them coming off the boat. All right, so this new generation of Italian. Look at this passport used by Italian immigrants. Oh, that's cool. Italian passport from 1909. This is what the immigrants had for a passport. That's gangsta. That's gangsta.
Oh, really? Italian gangsters?
Come on,
who's scary? Who's scarier, Italian or
Irish? I don't know. You guys are both scary. You guys are all scary.
Yeah. Wait, what do you mean? I'm not Italian.
I know. I'm Italian. I'm just messing with you. All right. Oh, I lost it. I was on a roll there. All right. Well, what was that anyway?
Sorry.
It's all right. It's not your fault. I clicked the X. All right. We'll get back there. All right. I know what I searched for. We'll get back there, guys. We'll find it. We might even find something better this time. All right. Sometimes everything happens for a reason.
You did sound like you were like on point. Like I have to look back at it, but like
look
rap? Back at it. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying.
I'm always on point with the rap.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
Here we go. Irish orphans, Italian orphans. Boom. We already saw that picture, I think. Look, here we go. Whoa, what are they wearing? Like, yeah, put on your orphan cap. They're like, hey, Singe, you're frozen. Are you frozen?
They look happy.
I know. At least they're happy looking.
They're a happy looking kid. Well, maybe not that one.
This guy's like, hey, meatball head. He's like, oh.
Meatball head.
He's like, oh. Let's see. Naval Historical Foundation. No. Tumblr. No, I don't trust the name. What's this? Red Cross.
Like Tinder? Like what?
Well, yeah. I don't know. I have no clue. Look, they're playing the keyboard. Oh, so at least they're teaching the music, dude. That's cool. This guy knows what's up.
Dude, like, Irish music is awesome.
But I'm saying this guy's like, let me teach the music at least.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You could tell he knows what he's doing. He's like, fuck it. He's like, this sucks for them. He's like, at least let them learn piano. He's like,
they're slaves, so we have to.
He's like, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Hold on. I'm going to walk away, but I'm going to do
this. What are they drinking? I want some.
Whiskey.
Whiskey? You think they're giving the kids whiskey? You think so?
Irish whiskey? I don't know. I'm just guessing. Out here.
He's like, sure, have some Baileys.
Yeah. Here, it makes you feel better.
He's like, Guinness. It's full of
Guinness.
It's full of iron.
7 pints of Guinness will do you right.
This dude looks like he's going to the military already. They're like, all right. They're like, yeah. They're like, we already enlisted him. They're like, he's already drafted. They're like, you're drafted. They're like, we're throwing you in the deep end, son. He's looking at his eyes. He's like, He has no idea what he's about to go through this one.
I'm about to go into the military, the IRA.
It's definitely not a Boy Scout uniform. I mean, look, there's another, an older one. He's like, "Yep, we're bringing them to war, baby." He's like, they're like, "Get ready." They're like, "Put them on your shoulders." Yeah. Oh shit,
Dude, remember that song? You know, like, what was that lady? She's dead now. She dead now. But the song about the Irish wars.
Dude, the orphan is military police. The orphan is in their bombs, in their guns.
Yes, yeah. What's it called?
Zombie.
Yeah, zombie. Yeah, because they're all like, dude, Irish people are like just war. They wanted okay.
World War II, Italy. So many orphans.
What's her name?
Italian World War II orphans.
Is that Bjork?
No, it's not Bjork. It's freaking, what do you call it?
Bjork.
No.
I wonder what the food is like.
It's funny you say that. Bjork is Swedish. Swedish.
What are they feeding them, dude, in this place? Is it any
Oh,
good?
look at this.
A Bjork.
No, it was freaking what?
After I ate,
the cranberries. The cranberries.
It was the cranberries. You're right.
Yes, it was the cranberries. So that's that.
Imagine what the kids have to go through.
Orphans of Italian fallen in the Spanish War. Black.
Don't bring your
and
kids
white.
to social indoctrination camp.
Look at this.
Teach them.
Dude, line them all up and send them
Teach
to
them-
the military. Huh?
No.
Get them ready to fight it. Like, look how old these kids. This is like how old my son is. Like 5. Jesus. Send 5-year-olds to war. All right, what do we got? Hey, some vino. I want some right now. That looks good. Imagine if we still had that bottle of wine right now, how much it would be worth. If someone saved like that bottle.
Dude, Ray, the Oddfellows place, I drive by all the time. I want to talk to them, but they're all old dudes. Like,
there's still Oddfellows in there?
Yeah, well, they're probably the original old guys. Like, they're all old. I saw them. Like, they're like having like a little bonfire, or not a bonfire, but like a little, you know, like a festival. I don't know what they call it.
It was a ritual, probably.
Well, maybe, but like, I want to drive up there.
Yeah, let's go. Next time I come visit you, let's go in there, me and you, and we'll go ask questions. And
No.
I won't.
I don't want to bother.
I won't.
Think about this. Think about it, though. Do you want to bother people?
No.
I mean, I know you do, but like, do you really want to bother people?
No, I don't really. No, I don't want to bother people. Not.
You know what I'm saying? But I want to ask them questions, like, nicely.
Yeah. Well, they have a website, but it pretty much answers everything. Look how skinny they are, dude. Whoa.
What, the Irish slaves?
No, the orphans. Look at them, like they're half naked. Like, look, he's wearing like rags, and they're all like bony, like Somalian.
Dude, just like Sidgman was just saying, like they ran the country, not the country, but like they ran things. Look at them; they're like old.
They're hungry. Yeah. Oh yeah.
But they're hungry. That's why they're freaking like they're survivors.
Yeah, man. That's what made them so strong, right?
They're badasses. That's why Irish
run a mob. That's not a far.
See,
it's not far-reaching.
I need.
It's not far-reached because there's, you end up on the streets. You end up knowing to be a street person and knowing all the ins and outs.
You grow up fast.
And you know all the connections. And you know everybody, and you happen to live through some crap and get.
Yep, you grow up fast, dude.
So they basically, let me see. Is there any videos on it? Let's see what kind of videos we got.
Incubators.
All right, let's do it.
Of American cities with extremely beautiful and picturesque architecture. Some would call the architecture old world, reminiscent of the classic buildings that are found throughout Europe. Indeed, we have a cornucopia of architects imported to America from a wide variety of European countries at this time. These men envisioned an America with a flair for their specific European heritage. And thus, we are told that the major cities began to rise like hotcakes all around the country. As we dive into the photography from the 19th century and into the turn of the century, into the early 1900s, we have a few things that become abundantly clear. Today, I'd like to tie together the often misconstrued atmosphere of the mid-1800s in America, supplying you with ample information taken directly from the currently accepted resources to provide you with a definitive look at one of the strangest and seldom discussed events of the mid-1800s. That is, the orphan trains. Many photographs of America from the 19th century show a landscape that is already shaped. Cities that are formed, we're told, by the ingenuity of early European settlers. What we see in the photographs many times, however, is empty cities. We also see cities that are built with architecture that appears to exceed the means of the people that are constructing the cities. In short periods of time, usually less than 100 years, a city in America will go from what we're told was indigenous earthworks and mounds into a well-thought-out masonry and brick masterpiece. What's not often cited in these sources is, many times, the Native American earthworks were actually incorporated into the cities, into the bases of the structures, into the parks, and into the way that the streets were formed. Furthermore, many indigenous groups built using bricks and stone, making it easier for the European settlers to dismantle their work, reuse the bricks and stone, or even claim the indigenous structures as their own. As we dive into the empty cities further, we must also remember that slave labor was often used for the construction of these major cities. This is key as we begin to break down what really happened in America in the mid-1800s. Now, as many of these cities in the photographs appear empty or barren, or the streets often mud-covered, and while the masonry buildings appear much older than they should be for the photographs, we must begin to question the harsh conditions of the mid-1800s. Could weather events really have caused these buildings to appear so aged? It brings me back to the European architects said to have constructed these massive feats of engineering. Did they really build these structures and then basically leave them be? Meaning the cities that they were built in were then in charge of the upkeep. And essentially, most of these cities appear to just let the buildings weather over time. That's what we see in the photographs from the mid to late 1800s, before times appear to change by the early 1900s, when the same architecture, the same structures, and the streets around them appear much more serviceable. Again, the question becomes, where are the people? And the answer may be more shocking than you expect.
I haven't said the tunnels yet.
We're told that a disproportionate amount of people were locked away in mental asylums in the mid-1800s in America. Another key component to understanding America in the 1800s is to understand just how many asylums were being built. Not just a small building, a little retreat, or a doctor's office, but we're discussing over 500 massive castle-like structures, usually built in a Kirkbride plan in large forested areas away from the public. These buildings employ the finest of European architectural designs, and most of these asylums, almshouses, and sanitation centers were later converted into prisons or torn down entirely. But why were all of these asylums being built, especially in the Northeast? When we look at photographs of the large empty cities, sometimes we see a disproportionate number of children in the streets. Often, we're told that the photographs would be taken first thing in the morning when the streets were nearly empty, yet we often see these large packs of children seemingly roaming the streets unattended. How does this tie into the overarching narrative? Well, by the 1840s, large portions of the northern states had freed their enslaved people. This is a claim that we often see cited in many history books. What we don't see mentioned in the history books is, many times, the freed people were almost instantaneously locked away in asylums and sanitation centers. Hence, why we have so many of the large asylums being created in the early to mid-1800s. Names of the saying, seeking asylum. It wasn't just African Americans who faced these hardships. We also have countless indigenous people facing the same fate, as well as anyone really perceived by the larger society to be different. We're told, according to the official 1840 census, which was the first to report individuals as, quote, insane, that large numbers of newly freed individuals in northern states, in some reports, upwards of 40%, were locked away in asylums and considered to be insane. This becomes even more alarming when the results are compared with the census numbers for enslaved individuals in the South, where the number of individuals marked as, quote, insane was nowhere near as high. Politics aside, we can see how even when the freedmen were freed, they never really achieved their freedom from the tyrants and often faced even more hardships. The tragedy becomes the children of these individuals. And this is where our story really begins to come full circle. Before 1853, there was essentially no place for the children of the insane to be housed. Many times, according to this narrative, these children would have to commit crimes just to get locked up and be taken off of the streets. Any family deemed unsuitable, we're told, could be subject to the cruelty of America and could be labeled unfit and committed to an asylum. What America didn't have in place from the earliest days of the 1800s until 1853 was a place for these newly orphaned children to go. We're told these children would often create tribes or gangs, usually an intermingling of all races and religions, who would walk the streets looking for food and handouts. Have you ever seen the film Gangs of New York? This is the way that these children orphan gangs are often depicted. New York is also key in this narrative. I'm going to try to keep this as brief as possible, but here are some facts to know before we dive in. Freemasonry is banned by the Catholic Church. Freemasonry arises from Rosicrucianism, which essentially postulates that the world is built on a secret esoteric order, which can be determined in part using factors such as geometry and gematria, which are also used in most Masonic constructions. New York, once home to a vast array of indigenous tribes and indigenous cities, with the Palisades even being discussed as a possible site for the ancient hidden city of Norumbega, by the early 1800s, New York was becoming abundantly more Catholic. A neighborhood of freed men, mostly African American, lived in New York City in what is today Central Park. Their rich and vastly built out neighborhood was called Seneca Village. Now, we've already discussed the large numbers of freed people that were being committed in the mid-1800s. We can see, in New York especially, that this is a practice done quite often and without warrant. While the vast landscapes of Seneca Village often operated outside the scope of most European New Yorkers' lives, the freedom of Seneca Village was first encroached upon when in 1837, construction began on the Croton Distributing Reservoir, also known as the Murray Hill Reservoir. This is an absolutely epic structure. The entire Croton Aqueduct of New York is absolutely breathtaking, and some of the images really left me without words. To imagine the scope of engineering and manpower that this would have required is without question.
So these orphan trains were going on everywhere. What happened to the sound? All right. All right. We don't have to watch this whole thing. We really don't. Okay. So
the orphan trains equal Irish America.
So look at this. The secret tunnels of Boston's North End. So the orphans came from Ellis Island, from Sicily Island to Ellis Island. A lot of them came to the north end of Boston. Fast forward. Now we're here. Okay. So there were secret tunnels in Boston, and there's secret tunnels in Philadelphia, and there's secret tunnels everywhere. Okay. The Freemasons knew about these tunnels. The secret tunnels of Boston's North End. If you've ever taken a walking tour of Boston's North End, or if you've talked to the old timers in the neighborhood, which I have, you've probably heard stories about the network of so-called secret pirate tunnels or smugglers. A lot of the people there, I have a Mudfoot Adventures I'll play where I went there. A lot of the people there are, they say that it's like there's tombs under there and there's bodies, and they're all freaked out. It's not tombs. There's no bodies. There's nothing under. It's tunnels. They just don't want people going down there and checking it out. They're like, oh, there's dead people. Don't go under there. The tunnels that connects the wharves to the basement of houses, Old North Church, and even crypts. See? Crypts in the Cops Hill burying ground. I don't believe it. Maybe, but I don't believe it.
I don't know, man. There's a chance of dead people. I ain't going down there. You know, that's what people say.
Yeah. You know,
I don't care if it's true enough. There's even a chance there's
exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? And when I went and was asking about the tunnels down there, they were telling me there's crypts under there. Like, you know, I know. I'll go check it out.
I'm like Lara Croft.
I asked them. I was like, "Do you really think that there's still bodies under there? Don't you think we would smell them?" Like, I don't know. It's like it's all open and there's like grates and stuff.
And if they're ghosts, maybe they want some company. Talk to them.
They took. I think they took the bodies out. They might have been crypt. They might have put crypts under there. But there is a burying ground. But I don't think there's
spirits there. Just be cool. They'll be cool.
Look, sometimes. Oh, you know this guy. Sometimes the tunnels are attributed to Captain Grucci. You remember Captain Grucci, right? You remember him, Singe, right?
The way he would limp on his wooden peg leg.
It was so grutchy the way he used to act all the time. That's what
the true captain on a peg leg.
I used to call him Grutcho, but he didn't like it. He didn't like when I called him Grutcho. Who's often called a pirate or a smuggler, and who is portrayed as a shadowy figure. Oh yeah, remember back in high school we used to call him the Shadow Man because like everyone used to think he was like so black that he was like a shadow. We're like, dude, you can only see him when he's smiling. You know what I mean? And I'm like, oh man,
it's like you need some sleep. You got such bags under your eyes.
Yeah.
You look like you need some sleep.
It doesn't take much. It doesn't take much research to debunk this version of the story, of course. Yeah, I know. I'm not doing any research on it. And yet there is a historical evidence for tunnels. And yet there is historical evidence for tunnels under the streets of the North End. This week, we'll take a look at the evidence and try to separate fact from fiction. This week on Late Night Live, a topographical plane and historical description of Boston. Cool. Let's check that out. Oh, cool. This is old. This is old stuff. Oh, I can't even no, hold on. No thanks. No thanks. All right. Description of Boston, which had formerly ran into the river. The arch bad the same width with the house and was continued under the street to the cellar wall of the building on the southern side of the street.
What time is it right now? Oh, wait, hold on.
2:22. It's 2:22.
I gotta take my temperature.
Dude, that's weird. It's 2:22.
You gotta take your temperature? Is it time? Okay, I'm okay.
All right. I gotta take my vitals. I gotta take my vitals. Vitals or medication. It has been conjectured that it was designed for retreat for certain pirates who are said to have infested this coast. Pirates. When constructed, the whole street must have been laid open, so that it is not probable it is first designed could have been for that purpose. Wow. Look, the whole street must have been laid open so that it is not probable its first design could have been for that purpose. Look, they're hiding stuff. Look, the width of the house continued under the street. The width of the house continued under the street to the cellar wall of the building on the southern side of the street. So they're basically telling you there's tunnels. Look, when constructed, the whole street must have been laid open so that it is not probable its first design could have been for that purpose. So they don't want people to know that they designed it to smuggle the tunnels, I think, to go on, to connect. In examining the ruins of that part of the town. Oh, here we go. The ruins. Examining the ruins of that part of the town. I accidentally went onto it, being struck with its unusual situation and size. I made an inquiry of age friend respecting it. He informed Mick, Mick MC, that all the Irish people, that he had long knows of the arch, that the estate had formerly belonged to a merchant named Cheever, who was a ruling elder at one of the churches at the North End, and who had been suspected of having concern in the smuggling trade. We're talking about the North End of Boston, guys. And this arch communicating so directly with his wharf was supposed to have been very convenient for that purpose. When construction, he could not tell. We shall state that the different periods of time, which has much correctness as our materials will allow. We shall state this at different periods of time, with as such correctness as our materials will allow, which are very deficient. And so they're basically saying that what the materials they have are deficient in order to shew its progressive advancement as to the population of Boston compared to other cities in the United States. It should be considered that...
I think that might be French. Deficient. So everything's French.
Should be considered that its limits are not extensive, containing originally not more than 700 acres. In a commercial view, Charlestown, is where I'm at, is a part of Boston, and so are Cambridgeport and Roxbury. Within a circle of 15 miles diameter, the center being Boston is probably a greater number of souls. So there was more people in the center than can be found in the same space in the United States. So there's more people in the center of Boston that can be found in the same space in the United States. Neil says that the number of planters that went over to New England before the year 1640 was about 4,000. So we had planters, after which for the next 20 years they had... So they in 1640, this is going back, they sent over 4,000 planters. That's weird. So they needed people to plant things. So the place must have been a mess. And they're like, okay, we're going to send over 4,000 people, troops or whatever, to plant bushes, plants, trees, make the landscape, rebuild the landscapers, basically. Planters, landscapers, right? Right? Is that what I'm getting at? You think so? Am I wrong? Am I off?
That was nice of them.
I mean, I've done landscaping. Yeah, so they basically needed 4,000 people to come over and landscape before they sent over more people. So they planned this. After which, for the
they had no electric mowers or gasoline.
they said that their equipment was deficient. So,
but it wasn't like extension cords and gasoline and lawnmowers.
They had to do that shit with their bare hands, dude.
Yeah.
I know. I've done it. I've done it with my bare hands too. They had no increase, but what sprang up from among themselves. So for the next 20 years, they had no increase. So they went from 1640 to 1700, planting for 20 years, 4,000 people planting for 20 years, and they had no increase, but what sprang up from among themselves. So what? That means they only had enough for themselves?
It reminds me of Johnny Appleseed.
They came over here in 1640, planted for 20 years, and after 20 years, they only grew enough for themselves. Angela, what do you think? Because she's a planter. Of this number, the greater part probably settled in Boston in his vicinity. The inhabitants did not extend their settlement, but much into the country until the year 1635. So the inhabitants did not extend it. So all right. So 1635, they started moving into more closer, like further into the vicinity. The causes of immigration had ceased to operate during the Commonwealth. Many, in fact, during the period returned to the mother country. Jocelyn, who visited Boston in 1638, says it was a village rather than a town, and contained only 20 or 30 houses. So this is an eyewitness, Jocelyn, who visited
the back of the room.
She visited Boston in 1638. Says it was a village rather than a town, and contained only 20 or 30 houses. In this, he must be grossly incorrect, for besides those who arrived with Winthrop, about 15,000 of who, of course, constructed habitations as soon as possible. Winthrop has some old places. Accessions were continually made to the number in 1635. Sir Henry Vane arrived with a fleet of 20 sail with stores and passengers, and during that year, 3,000 people came from England to Massachusetts. According to Winthrop, 20 ships arrived in 1638. So this was all before 1700, dude. Look, description of Boston, 1673. Boston contained 15,000 families. The number... Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, did Scott get sent to the office?
I don't know. He has bad reception.
He got in trouble? Went to the office?
No, he has bad reception now where he's at, but at least he came on for a little while. That was cool.
The teachers said, stop playing the drums and send him to the office.
No, he'll probably come back. Boston contained 1,500 families. The number of inhabitants were estimated at 16,017. So 1,500 to 16,000 between 100 years. Well, less than 100 years. Look, 1673, 1,500 families. 1735.
So that put us here.
16,000.
We're their farm, so they're cedars too. Look, they seeded us.
1742, 18,000. Look, the numbers are going up. No, then 1752, it was under 18,000. It contained 1676 homes and 1765 families and 15,520 souls. The census 1791. The census of that year gives the number of dwelling houses 2,376. The number. So 19,000. It went up by 1794. Look at this, 33,250, 332. 1810, 332. 1817, no census haven't, that's Skull and Bones numbers right there, baby. No census haven't been taken. No census haven't been taken. We cannot state the number with certainty. In 1817, they didn't take a census. Those who are best acquainted with the town estimate at 40,000. So we have no idea. After 1817, we have no idea. It just went crazy after then. So between 1635 and 1817 is pretty much the timeline of when all this, before they were starting to really come over and take things, make things run. Our limits, however, confine us to the following summary. The first vessel built in Massachusetts was named the Blessing of the Bay and was launched at the Mystic River. That's right where I'm at. She was 30 tons. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Sin.
I'm just reading it. What's that say? Ha ha, Austin. I see. It's more French. I massage you daily. Okay. Ha ha, Austin. I massage you daily. Got it.
Where do you see that?
Right here. Ha ha, Austin. I massage you daily.
Oh, in the chat, you're saying?
Yep.
I don't pay attention. I never read my comments. And don't ever read my comments. That's what
He is French.
The increase of the trade was so great that from Christmas in 1747 to 1748, 500 vessels cleared out from this port of foreign ports. All right, so the revolution, the business of the ship building was carried on here, the great extent. 1633. So basically, okay, cool. All right. All right, so
You should read comments more often.
why? What's up? I don't. I get distracted.
I'm eating THC right now.
Yeah.
I'm eating THC.
I'm on
Angela Baby Carson just bought a T-shirt.
Oh, thank you.
Which one did you buy?
Thank you, Angela. I appreciate it. Yeah, which one did you buy? We're gonna make some new stuff for the springtime. Hopefully, Singe Man. These are the smuggling tunnels under the city. This is under Boston. This is where they're saying that there's like Crips and you see any bodies? Look, that looks like train tracks right there. Oh, you guys can't see the train tracks. Hold on one sec. I gotta move this over. Look.
Nice.
You see it? Yeah, the retro one. That's cool.
Wow. Look at that. So these kids coming through.
Yeah.
In little carts. Crying, hungry, thirsty.
Yeah, I try not to make my I've lost it. I'll find it. All right. I try not to make my t-shirt prices on there too expensive, but it's like it's not me, it's Teespring. Like, you know what I mean? Like they pretty much set the price and I add on like $1 or $2. You know what I mean? It's like nothing. But I just like getting the t-shirts out there. And thanks for the support. And it's cool because, Singe Man makes a lot of the designs. Flatter-Day Saints made some of my designs. Shout out to Flatter-Day. Flat Nasty. Yeah. What's this? Pipes. Oh my God, Singe, it's a pipe. Singe, it's a pipe. Oh my God, there's a pipe.
Going around the ground? Is it going around the ground?
Yeah.
It's going around the ground.
Yeah, there's a pipe. Oh my God, there's a pipe coming out of the ground. Oh my God. Big deal.
What do you do when there's a big deal?
Look, there's bricks under there, though.
Do I have anything for big deals?
Is that a brick? I don't know. So this is under the north end of Boston. I tried to get down there myself, but they wouldn't let me in. They told me there was dead bodies. But look, I don't see any dead bodies. Look, they let this motherfucker in.
The walls are actually made.
I wouldn't want to I wouldn't want to walk through that water though. Look at that shit. It's like whoa.
This is like
Hey, Singe Man, remember the day that you dyed your beard?
Me.
No, Singe Man. This was Singe Man. This was Singe Man back in 1994. He used to have a gray beard. He was jacked. Singe Man used to go to the gym a lot. He still does, but he was a lot bigger than he was. He dyed his beard like a black color, so he looks younger now. But he was getting a little older, and he used to always Singe Man used to always walk around with this thing on his eye, right? Singe Man, he used to always walk around with this thing on his eye.
Turn off my background.
And we all used to make fun of him because of it. You know what I mean? But I didn't know he was in the tunnels doing this type of work. Like I didn't know that's why. But yeah, that's Singe Man back in 94. Okay. So here he is again. In 98. Look at wow, you're really good at changing your appearance. What the fuck is this guy doing? Look, he's like planting a bomb.
See?
He's like, we found it. He's like military. What does he got? What is he doing? Is he military? He looks like he's military. Yeah, he's definitely military. Was that a gun? Is that a pistol? Is that a blicker? A burner. Look at this one. Bill would bolster efforts to. Oh, this is in Texas. Look, they have tunnels in Texas too. Oh, these are drugs. These are for drugs. These are for smuggling drugs across the border in Texas. That's what that's going. That's what that is. That's not has nothing to do with what we're looking at. But yeah, so there is smuggling tunnels everywhere. That looks like a train track.
So it's like that today.
This is like Mexico. This is all like Mexico now. Yeah. Hold on. Let me get back. Jesus. Yeah.
You know, one of the lies that they told us that really kind of irritates me?
Yeah.
It's the missing children on milk cartons. That bullshit. That's really low tug at people's heartstrings like that.
All right. Hold on. Here we go. The Blue Line. Oh, this is cool. Was named for the Boston Harbor. So this is the Blue Line tunnel for the. Wow, that's an old car. And they say that parts of it go under the water. Well, that's from the Boston Public Library. That's official. So
Batman.
On the Blue Line,
Batman lives down there, I think.
On the Blue Line, you can smell water. You can smell salt water when you're on the train because part of it goes under the water. That's cool. All right. The Secret Tunnels of Boston. That's just a drawing. That doesn't really.
I think Batman lives down there, and the Penguin.
Singeman.
The Penguin lives in the towers.
I think Singeman drew this actually. All right.
No one's breaking out the feminine. Wow.
Brookline Connection, the Liberty Tunnels, constructed in the North End. Oh, here we go. Look at this. Giant Pittsburgh End.
No one's getting out. You
so
silly chap. You
this
go
must
right
be
up,
Pennsylvania, though.
back. That looks like a
Boston
battlefield.
Tunnel leak, September 2004. Tell me floods can't happen. Tell me there's no such thing as floods. Look at that. That was 2004.
I don't think anyone has ever said that.
I know. Taking it to the next level. Look, 14 American cities with crazy underground tunnel systems. Chicago. Boom. So we got these, bricks. We got these underground tunnels everywhere.
One side is Lex Luthor, and the other side is Batman.
Boston's North End, truly the best.
Lex Luthor's Superman.
The best neighborhood, 2020. It is the best neighborhood. I love the North End. Look how old these friggin' buildings are.
There you go.
I was there. I was actually here the other
Perfect
day.
Example of
this is where all the underground tunnels are. This is the neighborhood.
Mob area. Just look at
this is a heavy mafia area. It still is, yeah. It still is. Well, not as much as it was before, but
see, I used to live up there on the left, on that far top.
What street?
Left.
Let me see. Actually, Prince Street. This is where my family lived, on Prince Street. Look, that's Prince Street.
Now go all the way up.
Dude, that's fucked up that you said that. This is where my great grandparents lived in one of these. I went up to one of these houses before, and I was inside. It was like, I think it was over here. Actually,
that's 4 stories,
dude. Dude,
what's that room like?
I swear, this is where they lived, in this building right here.
So what's the room like? Is it all wood? Wood and cold? What's it like?
This is such a trip. This is really
heated
where
by a radiator.
I'm not making this up. My great
I'm just asking a question. Is it
lived
heated
in that
by a
house.
radiator? Is it cold? Is it made of wood? What's it like in there?
I don't know. It was small. I walked out. I remember I was a little boy, right? I came to Prince Street. It was for St. Anthony's feast, right? my mom was like, "Hey, you're gonna go meet your great grandma, my mom's mother,
Nice.
or your great grandmother." I'm like, not grandma. She's like, "No."
I want to go in there.
I'm like, "Okay." So I go there, and my great grandfather and my great grandmother were there, and they were like really old, but they were like Italian, like Sicilian. They couldn't speak English very good at all, but they could a little bit. They're like, "Hey, what's the matter for you? What's the matter for you?" Right? And I'm like, "Oh," and I walked in, and they're like, they made us Sicilian pizzas, right? But like they had the pizza ready, right? But they have like they put like anchovies, sardines, like everything you could possibly think of, they put on the friggin' pizza. Like, and I was a little kid and I only like cheese pizza. And I was like, they're like, "What's the matter for you? You don't want no pizza?" And I was like, "No, I only like cheese." My mom was like, "He only likes cheese." So you know what they did? They made a whole cheese pizza just for me, my great grandparents. Yeah, they made a whole other pizza, dude, just for me. I was like, wow.
The cheese pizza they make
And
is
it was,
good.
and it was, and it was, and it's square, and it's a big square pizza.
And it's got just the sauce and the cheese. I love that.
And this
That's
is
a good one.
And this is where they were in one of these houses right here.
She's like, "Oh, I know that pizza. I
think
make
it's
that
this
pizza
one.
too.
I'm pretty
I
sure
like
it's
the
this
pizza
one on
too.
the left, but it was Prince Street. Yeah, that's Prince Street.
You don't like a cheese pizza? I better like a cheese pizza. Come
my
get
mom.
a cheese
Actually, my mom would. If my mom was in the chat, she would know exactly what house it was.
I gotta go to sleep. My roommates are yelling at me.
But that's a trip. That's a trip. Prince Street in the North End is a trip.
So I'm picturing it as wood inside and cold and heated by a radiator.
Look at this. Whoa.
They have radiators there?
Whoa, what's this? Look at that.
It's a portal to another
Brick flood.
Portal. Magic. Okay.
4 people displaced after partial building collapse in the North End. The buildings collapsed. Historic home that forced.
I gotta go now, dude. Sorry. Well, I just gotta stop talking at least.
Yeah, whatever. Just hang
on. Yeah.
I'm not. I didn't even get into the mafia stuff yet. I'm still looking.
Over here, quiet.
All right. There it is again, the North End and the tunnels. Okay. So, all right. So I made my point. There's the North End. All right, let me see. Let me see if there's any. So, all right. So the orphans came over here. The immigrants, whatever you want to believe, right? Orphans. And they were all like little gangsters, right? So they started the mob. They were shown the tunnels in the North End. Look. Oh, there's some mob photos. Look at him. He's like, "Hey." This one's like, "Oh." He's like, "Give me a meatball sub." Whoa. He's like, "Oh." He's like, these ones look like they might be Irish. You can tell the difference. All right, let's see. So there was a lot of, Look, here's Al Capone. Boom. Al Capone, baby. Chicago. Mobster myths. Look. Myths. Dead guys in suits. House call. The wise guys. They look like the orphans that just grew up. You know what I'm saying? You can just tell. A lot of them. Here's the thumbnail. Look at them. They're all getting their Tommy guns. They're mobbing up. They're getting ready to go do. They're either just looking at a new shipment of guns that came in, or they're getting ready to go do a hit. Fucking Tommy gun drive-by shooting. Hell's Acres, the North End gang, recruiting. John Rivera, director of the Springfield chapter of the Guardian Angels. Oh, that's the Guardian Angels. All right. Which is a Freemasonic thing. 100,000 worth of beautiful paintings stolen. Oh, this was the Isabella Stewart, is it? No. Different one. Los Angeles. All right, whatever. The mob's always stealing the paintings. Oh! Here's a whole bunch of them just standing around. Philadelphia mafia. Truth behind gangs in New York. Oh, here we go. Look, they look kind of young. Dusting off a police trove of photographs. Look at this one. Boom. They got him. He must have ratted somebody out. This one's like, oh, he's looking at him. He's like, oh, man. No, I don't want that. Get out of my face. Look, this dude's got a flashlight. There's a police officer. What's he doing? He's like, I don't want to do my job right now. This one's like, what happened? They're like, these guys are like, I don't know. I didn't see nothing. He's like, come on, tell me the truth. I don't know nothing. This guy's like, don't ask me anything. Don't even get me on picture. This guy's like, I seen the whole thing, but I'm just not going to tell them shit. I don't want to end up like him. You know what I'm saying? You talk to this guy, or you talk to this guy, and you end up like that. Okay? That's the way the mob works. All right. It was scary times. There was times when back in like even the 80s and the 70s where husbands would not return home to their wives. And their wives would call up the next day looking for their husbands. And they nobody knows nothing. You know what I mean? Nobody knows nothing. You ain't going to be able to find him. You ain't going to be able to find him, honey. We don't know. He's gone. And the wives know he's dead. Sad. So, here we go. Boom. They're all covering their faces. They don't want to be identified. Be a sport, but just cover your face. Purple Gang. Purple Gang terrorizing Detroit in the 1920s. That was the Purple Gang in Detroit. So, what's this? It looks like a movie. I don't trust the ones that look like a movie. Cleveland Mafia. Oh, it's happening in Cleveland too. Cash and carry grocery and meat market. Oh, anything else look good? Winter Hill Gang. Here we go. This is from...
Chat says you're muted, Ray. You're muted. So, when these people were like showing their school pictures, this is what they look like. And they look like nerds, like all of us. So this is the principal of the school, and we move over to I don't know, this guy is a gangster for sure. Look at it with the sunglasses. Looks like shit. Hey, you're muted. That guy looks like he's from the 70s, hardcore. Right there on the right with the red glasses. Look, there's a Kaufman. Look, there's George Kaufman. Wonder if he notices. He doesn't read chat, he said. Well, he does sometimes, but he's not the greatest chat reader. It's funny. Here, I'll come back. He should. You are muted.
How long was I muted for?
About 5 hours. Minutes.
Really? You didn't hear anything I just said?
No, about 3 minutes. Yeah, about 3 minutes.
What was the last thing you heard me saying?
Chat. It was very recent.
All right, I'll start over.
Random fan laughed at something I said.
Okay, this is the Winter Hill gang. Okay, the Winter Hill organization. Okay, this is Whitey Bulger. Okay, this is Stephen Flemmy, the rifleman. This was his right-hand man. He was called the Rifleman Flemmy. Okay, he was the shooter. All right, my landlord, George, who passed away, was cellmates with this guy in Alcatraz. All right. My girl's dad is friends with this guy. I don't know if the guy that they showed on the news was really him. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it was. I think that was a psyop. I don't think they really caught him. He got away. This guy, Stephen Flemmy, he's a real dude. He's a rifleman. Jod Monorano. All these guys are real. Now this.
What about Kaufman?
George Kaufman. I don't know much about him, but
Kaufman.
Howie Winter. This guy, Howie Winter. Howard Winter. They call him Howie. Howie Winter. He's still alive, dude. Last I heard, like that was a few years ago, and he's really old, but like this is from Somerville, Massachusetts, which is right there. I could step out my door and walk outside. So this is the Winter Hill gang. And what happened was they're like Irish and Italian, right? They had connections with the IRA and the mafia, but Whitey Bulger started bringing a lot of angel dust into Boston, and he was selling a lot of angel dust and a lot of different drugs that the mafia didn't like. So they started getting on him about that, and he had connections. You know, his brother Billy is a big politician, and Billy Bulger, and he basically had political connections, and he had feds looking out for him. Then he started supposedly ratting on the mafia because they were fucking with him about the angel dust and all the murders too. Because they found bodies and bodies and bodies around here where Whitey Bulger used to bury people. You know what I mean? There's still bodies showing up from Whitey Bulger. They say that Whitey Bulger, this guy, he used to drive around and shoot black people for no reason. Just drive around and just shoot them because they're black. That's what he used to do. He was a bad person. When he used to murder somebody, he would feel relaxed after and take a nap. Who the fuck kills somebody and then takes a nap? You know, like they're like relieved afterwards. Like when people used to owe him money, he would take your hand and he would put it down on a table and take a hatchet and try to slam the fucking hatchet on your fucking hand and sometimes he would chop your fucking hand off. This guy did not fuck around. He ruled with an iron fist. But he was also a rat. Supposedly. Allegedly. I don't really know for sure. You know, there's a lot of speculation and stuff, but I know what I know from people on the street. You know what I'm saying? I hear what I hear from the real people. I don't go by what the movies say. This is Hell's Angels. North End. Hell's Angels. They're also, connected. What do we got here? 28 serial killer scene mob photo. Whoa. All right. Boston police officer investigates scene of murder. What's this one? They shot up that car. Look at that. They're like, boom, 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 boom. Tommy gun. Look how old the police car is. That's a classic. That's a classic. They look like the orphans, you know what I mean? They still dress the same. They never change their style. Look, Whitey Bulger in his own words. Look, does this look like the same fucking guy? That looks like Howie Winter, though, to me. I think that's Howie Winter. That's him. I don't think that's Whitey. That's the Fed that Whitey was snitching to, though. I think that was like his handler. All right. Al Capone. Anything else that looks good? The Chicago mob versus the street gangs. Look like orphans. See how they grew up? Can you see the resemblance? Mudmob, baby. Mud mobbing. We're mud mobbing tonight. These ones, look. Oh, hey! All right. Official. Oh, what's this? Official NYPD crime scene photo. They got a ventriloquist dummy. I can't do ventriloquism. We need to get a ventriloquist. Wanted. Alfonso Capone. Wow. Sydney, 1930s and 40s. All right. All right. Throw your guns up. Dinner theater, Boston. It's probably fake. All right. It's just a theater. Look at this. Here we go. Rochester subway. Look, they're either digging them up or burying them. What do you guys think? Digging them up or burying them? The Green Man, baby. What do you guys think? Burying them or digging them up? Burying them? I think they found him. They're like, who is this? This guy's looking. He's like, who is he? Do I recognize him? These kids are like, oh, shit. This kid's like, he looks a little guilty. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to put any blame on anybody. But this one look like he's got the devil in his eye. This one looks like he knows what happened. This one, he's just like, oh, shit, they found him. Well, fuck now. This guy's like, nah, we'll just make it disappear. He's smoking a cigar. He's like, don't worry about it. We got a basket right here for him. Imagine being buried in that. That would suck. Mafia basket. All right. 7th, Chicago. Chicago gangland crime scene. Crime scene. Gangland. No. What's this? The Commission. Mafia. Fandom. Lucky Luciano. Up top. Al Capone. Stefano Magadino. Joseph Bonanno. Vincent Mangano. Tommy. 1931. Original Mafia Commission. Joseph Profaci. All right. You know what's weird about the Mafia too? Like all the Italians, they had different names over in Italy. And when they came over here, they changed their names. So, like every mafia family, a lot of the names are like slightly different over. I don't know if it's the same for the Irish, but all right. There we go. Boston North End. This is during probably St. Anthony's Parade, where we already looked at that. All right. Let's see. Here we go. Mob hits, 21 photos. Mob hits. Mob hit. You don't want to get hit by the mob. Boston Strangler. Hold on. Blackfriars. Boston Mobster. Whitey Bulge's murder trial. Look, here's one of the. They found this guy dead in a phone booth. They shot him while he was in the phone booth. You see that? This is what was going on. Bugsy Siegel. 40 of the victims of the Irish gang war, 1961 and 1967. So we had Irish gang wars. What did they do to this guy? Jesus, look at his face. Yikes. See, that's what Whitey looked like. I don't think the same. I don't know. The guy with the beard that they found now. I don't think it was him. That kind of looks like him, but I don't know. See, look, here it is. Look, this is his old picture. That's him, and that's the guy they caught now. That's who they caught now. You think it's him? Look, what do you guys think? Do you think this is, I don't know. This is when he was younger, a little bit older, and this is when they caught him in California, like hiding in his house. The news nowadays. Maybe, I don't know. It's been a long time. Might have been him. Probably, maybe. I don't know. Let's see. I just seen how we went to. Oh, that sucks that I lost it. Look at this crime. New York, 1910s. Whoa. They got this lady. Jesus. Tampa. Italian club. East Village. Policeman at the crime scene. All right. All right. 5 families of the New York City inside. All right. So this is what happened. So in New York, there was 5 boroughs and 5 mafia families. In 1931, following the decades of Brooklyn bootlegger Salvatore established the leaders of New York City's 5 largest. So Salvatore Maranzano established the leaders of New York City's 5 largest Italian-American criminal organizations and declared himself Capo di Tutti Capi, the boss of all bosses. Maranzano was soon killed off. The other bosses preferred sharing leadership under what became known as the Commission, but his creation lived on, and the 5 families of New York becoming central players in the saga of the American Mafia. The Gambino family was one of them, okay? The Gambino family. They took over one part of New York. Let's see. A longtime rider, it's the Genovese family. My buddy is Franny Genovese, and his uncle, well, no, his great-grandfather was Vito Genovese, and I'll show you what happened to him. A longtime rival to the Genovese family as the dominant entity of the commission. Hold on a second. Second joke. One second. Can't find it. I was going to show you guys something, but I can't find it. Genovese family is the dominant. So That sucks. How long was there no sound for? Jesus. It's terrible. Can you hear me now? Couple of minutes. Well, you guys could still see what I was showing, at least. Let me see. That's terrible. Vito Genovese, by name, Don Vitone, born November 27th, 1897. So his name was Don Vitone, but when he came over here, it was Vito Genovese. Died February 14th, Springfield, Missouri, one of the most popular 1950s and major Genovese. Yeah. A friend in the U.S. boss black market. So it's this power in New York City arranged the murder of several rivals, such as Willie Moretti in 1951. He murdered Anastasia in 1957 in an attempt on Frank Costello and commanded gunman Trey. All right, so Anastasia was the one that got shot in the back of the head. Anastasia, he was one of Maciera's executioners in 1931 at Lucky Luciano's command. So this guy was an executioner. In the late 1930s, he became active head of Murder, Inc., and Notorious Murder for Hire organization. In the late 1940s, became boss of one of the 5 families. Yeah, look, he was murdered by 2 gunmen hired by Vito Genovese as he sat in a barber chair in the Park Sheridan Hotel. So this motherfucker, Anastasio, he was an executioner, and he killed a lot of people. And then the Genoveses shot him. I heard the story myself from the Genoveses. My buddy is a Genovese, and he told me that they walked up and they shot him in the back of the head while he was sitting in the barber chair. Like, he was sitting there getting his hair cut, and they walked up and just popped him in the back of the head while he was getting he didn't see it coming. You know what I mean? He had no idea. He was getting his hair cut, and boom. Imagine that. Some crazy shit. So basically, yeah. That's what I think. I think the orphans started the mob. And all this was started by the Freemasons, who showed the orphans the tunnels, which was the Oddfellows. Let's go back to that. See if I can find it. Okay, let's check this out. Yep, order out of chaos. Yep. All right, let's do this. Let's see if it's gonna play.
Greetings in the name of our Messiah, Christ Jesus. You're watching Breaking Babylon right here on Now You See TV. As you've seen in the descriptions, it's the Order of the Odd Fellows. And tonight we're going to hear words like Tartaria, orphans, mud floods, and the reset, which is not a new word. Tonight we've got a special guest coming on who was a former Grand Noble at one of the largest lodges in Texas. His duties, according to the website, he oversaw the lodge program in advance, the programs. Not only that, representing the lodge to the public. This is according to the website, and not only that, chairing meetings. John, it's good to be back in the barn with a hot topic like this.
Yes, we're live once again, live, and we're gonna have a good time on this topic.
I'm not gonna watch this whole thing.
I'm so curious about this organization.
Oh wait, are they gonna show stuff?
To the point that I'm almost like I've been in the last few days. There's just been this like,
all right, we'll let it go.
Beam towards learning about this organization, and I feel like I've uncovered a ton of stuff just in the past couple of days, and knowing somebody that is actually
we'll let it go,
noble grand of the largest lodge in Texas, and has turned to the Messiah. I got the opportunity to baptize him and his wife in Arizona last year around Sukkot, around Tabernacles, and so it's really cool to be able to talk to him and get his take on these things, and so somebody that's actually been involved. And also here towards the end, we're going to hear what happened, why he left, and what his life is like now, why he turned to the Messiah and has changed his life. So this is going to be interesting. And so if you guys have any questions too, put them in the chat, and I will try to kind of every now and then keep an eye on the chat. You might have a more interesting question than I do, but right now, like I can tell you that this is going to be a very interesting show. One of the more interesting shows I think that you guys have ever seen on Breaking Babylon, and this is going to be cool.
Well, the thing about it is in the description, as soon as I got here, the topic has been nonstop. Tartaria, if you watch Now You See TV at all, you'll see many topics covered like Tartaria here. The orphans caught my attention because the last thing that I heard.
Yeah, this is from a channel called Now You See TV.
And we talked about a little bit, was the orphans that were uncovered. I don't know if it was in Ireland or Canada, but it was under the Catholic. And orphanages, when you brought that up, how are we going to tie that into Tartari, the mud floods, and the Great Reset? Well, we've talked about that, but that's nothing new. Something's going on here, and this odd fellow secret society is more powerful than I thought, and that's what is intriguing.
Yes, it is, and totally. And so before we get started on all of this, because the first you talked about orphans, this is one of the first subjects I wanted to bring up, because it's a fact that Oddfellows owned orphanages all over the country around this time, the 1800s, and also asylums and all of different kinds of places all over the country. And I've got pictures of these places we're going to talk about. But before we do that, I'd like to bring Cody, our guest, on to tell us basically just the history of the Oddfellows and just a truncated version of what the Oddfellows is, just a very short description, and just kind of introduce yourself. Cody, welcome to Breaking Babylon. How's it going?
What's going on, brothers? I am so excited to be on the show tonight, man. I'm honored that you are having me on. So thank you so much.
Well, yeah, fantastic, man. We so tell me this. Tell me what is, to a lay person that's never heard of the Oddfellows. Now, believe this or not, John had never heard of the Oddfellows until I mentioned it to him today. That man, John, is somebody that does research and tries to look into this stuff. Has listened to a lot of different broadcasts and read books, and he's never heard of this. Now, this is an organization, obviously very ancient, has very prestigious members that have been a part of it. But if I were coming to the lodge and saying, I want to join, what is this? What would they tell me?
Well, lodges today are night and day different than the lodges of the past. So if you were to go up to a lodge today, they'd probably invite you to a dinner. That's one of the big things, is breaking bread. So they would invite you to come up and enjoy dinner with all of the members of the lodge, and kind of probably show you around a little bit, tell you a little bit about the surface mission statement of the lodge, kind of let you get a feel, maybe play some pool. And it's a very laid back organization. It's almost kind of in juxtaposition to Freemasonry, in the sense of it's more of kind of a group of odd fellows. Truly, this is where it kind of pulls back its name in its ancient derivatives. But honestly, it would seem more like a social club. If you were to walk into a lodge today, it would be just a bunch of probably very welcoming guys that made you feel at home, cooked you a good dinner, and then just talked about how they did kind of charity work in local community charities, and just helped kind of better their community.
Very good. So yeah, this is what this is the kind of information you get generally when you look this up, and this is when you talk to an Odd Fellow, it's going to be the same kind of information that you're going to get. Now, obviously, the Odd Fellows, we're going to start kind of going back a little bit in history. Tell us a little bit about the founder of the Odd Fellows, and if you have that information in front of you. If not, I have a little bit of information on him as well. But he, in fact, was an orphan himself, which founded this organization. Tell us a little bit about why he founded it and what it meant and what kind of person this guy was, if there's any information you have on that.
Yeah, for sure. So the official historical narrative of the Odd Fellows, they would say that it was lost in the foggy memory of time. So a big thing with
it was lost in the foggy memory of time.
Claim deep, far-reaching antiquity. There's legends in some of the lodges that it dates all the way back to the time of Nero. A lot of their, I guess, fraternal symbology has been found in areas. There was a legend that the soldiers in Nero's army were gilded together in a group and then would use some of the symbols that were indicative of the Odd Fellows. Others, I guess, a lot of historians would trace the roots back to the medieval ages, like 12 and 1300s. We can see that there were guild associations as well that were going along during that time, like blacksmith guilds and different things that were forming fraternal organizations in the 12th and 13th century. But there's also, it really is kind of spotty, because there were the early beginnings of this fraternal order in the 12th, 13th, 1400s. But it wasn't until, I guess it would be probably the 1700s, there was a group called the Loyal Ancient Order of Odd Fellows. And they were established, but they really got hit hard during the late 1700s because governments of that time were worried about sedition, and they were worrying about these groups that were meeting in secret, and they didn't know what was going on in the meetings. They were worried about them possibly rebelling against the kings and stuff like that. So they put out things like the Unlawful Oath Acts and Unlawful Societies Acts. And so you would see a lot of these organizations kind of dissolve. But through that dissolving, certain things like Freemasonry would dissolve, and you would see Odd Fellows kind of grow stronger and stronger. They would absorb some of these members. So it would be probably the 1800s where we would see a really heavy hitting of lodges over in like England and the French journeyman associations. But basically what it would be is, at first in France and England, it would be based on your trade or whatever guild you were in. So like if you were a blacksmith, the journeyman associations would naturally be all blacksmiths. And so the Odd Fellows, in a sense, they accepted men who weren't of just one trade. And so this is how they started to get men of all odd jobs, odd organizations, and were kind of all inclusive. And it wasn't until the late 1800s that the American founder, Thomas Wildey, he came to the United States, and he wanted to kind of separate from the lodge in England. And so that's what you kind of see is a schism in American Odd Fellowship and British Odd Fellowship. So it would have been the 1800s whenever Thomas Wildey would have founded the first lodge in America, and would subsequently put a newspaper ad out, try to see if any other immigrants had come over from England or France and were Odd Fellows, and then they would form the first lodge. So the American lodges did have humble beginnings, but I would say that they started going strong because of Thomas Wildey, and he eventually was able to gain a charter independent of the Manchester Unity Orders in England. So he was actually able to kind of play by a different rule book in a sense. So that would be the late or mid 1800s that happened.
So as soon as I got here, Cody, this has been a whirlwind since I've been here. As John said, I'd never heard of the Oddfellows until this morning. Freemasonry, out the yin yang, Tartaria. I hang out with David and John. I've seen all the shows and watched them alongside you guys. The Orphans, he was and following John and listening to David today, I've got this idea about the Oddfellows being a little bit more powerful or a little bit more deeper or darker than the Freemasons. Can you help me out? Does that sound about right, John?
Well, yeah,
that's where I'm at.
And I'm getting there too myself, because some of the leaders of this, like this picture right here, these are Oddfellows in this picture, and this is a old painting. This is a painting and a picture done, and you see people like Albert Pike, Ulysses S. Grant, people along those lines in this 30 degree Freemasons, very powerful people who are involved in the Oddfellows organization. You can see the Oddfellows apron thing back here on the stand that has the 3 rings. These people are integrated into this. They were put in charge of multi-million-dollar. Now, let me find a slide for you guys real quick. I mean, these guys were put in charge or built or were funded somehow, or they inherited this for some reason way or another, but they had buildings like this all over the United States, these orphanages and asylums and different places like this, where they were educating children according to the information that I've seen on this, and this is information just coming from directly from the website, but also committing people to asylums and also doing other things as well. But these guys also have, I mean, there's a lot we're going to talk about, but man, like I'm starting to think myself, they actually are probably way more hidden than the Freemasons.
Well, here's the thing, John,
as far as secret societies go, but they have power and people in their power that are beyond what you would expect to find in there. I mean, you have 3 high-ranking KKK 33rd degree Freemasons. You have Robert Byrd, the senator, which was a KKK 33rd degree Freemason. You have Albert Pike, 33rd degree, also Grand Dragon Freemason. You have all of these different things. So there's something powerful about them. Now let's point that back to Cody, unless John, you had something you want to say before I
Well, that's
over.
exactly where I'm going. Listening to this and watching the rabbit trails open up, listening to you and David talk and your history with Tartaria, and then you bring in the Orphans. I'm going, is this entity more powerful than the Freemasons, or is it deeper and their tentacles are far reaching? These topics of Tartaria, the Orphans, of course, the Catholics that were uncovered, Orphans go back, and the way you presented it, the Mudfloods, the buildings, the way they've been built on top of each other, and the reset, and tying these all to Oddfellow. I'm like, my mind is blown today.
Yeah, my mind's blown today. But anyways, let's hear what Cody's got to say about all that.
Man, well, so that's what the thing is most people, like you said, it is more of a hidden organization, and on the outside, it doesn't seem like that is an intentional thing, because they do want members to join. It's not out in the open. I mean, it's not hidden. It's out in the open. There's typically, especially in the South.
It's not out in the open.
In every state. I mean, a lot of times in these smaller towns, it's like the event centers is an Oddfellows Hall or the dance hall, or like the Rebeccas have built the
Rebeccas are the females
fire stations, or like you're talking about the orphanages, and the lodges are also very connected with the community, so they're well known. I mean, they're continuously giving. I mean, they're always on good terms with whatever city or state organization, because they're doing good. And so I would say that it's a tricky thing, because the difference is like in England, Freemasonry was absolutely the number one thing. That was the one that the Catholic Church had their eye on. That's the one that really all churches had their eyes on. They started making legislations against it. And that's really, I mean, the Oddfellows met, but they were meeting in taverns. Like they were meeting in very small pubs and different things like that. They weren't even holding meetings in their own lodges. They didn't have any degree work. They just would do an initiation, or they would call it making,
Initiation
or whatever. But you would have your initiatory degree, and really they
would call it making.
They were also one of the few fraternal societies that allowed drinking. So like they would have some pints of beer and talk about how they could help each other, but it was mainly like a social security fund for the members. So like they were just, their dues weren't necessarily even 100% going to the community. Like a lot of them were just going into a pot to where if a member died, they would bury him and they would take care of his widow or let her come stay in the lodge with their family. So it seems in origin that it was a small organization, but it's interesting because it's when the Freemasons started coming under direct fire that you started to see the regalia of the order kind of come out. You would see the layout of the lodge building. They all of a sudden are getting their own lodges, getting their ritual work set in a manner to where it's exactly like Freemasonry. They have their Noble Grand's chair in the east, the Pass Grand in the north. Everything's exactly set up just like a Freemason's lodge. The Bible on the altar in the middle of the lodge room, and I mean it's a carbon copy. And so really what you see is this integration of Freemasonry and an even more little known organization called the Ancient Loyal Order of Bucks. And I think that's really where it's when the two mixed that just kind of Odd Fellowship took off. And the Ancient Loyal Order of Bucks was a Bacchanalian society. They were the first order to have a Noble Grand. They were before the Odd Fellows. They had their regalia, or their symbol was 3 interlocked buck horns. And it said that.
Hey, real quick, Cody. I don't want to hold that thought, but your beard is hitting the microphone. It's kind of causing a little bit.
Sorry about that, brother.
Move your beard out of the microphone.
That's better. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that, man. But we see that the 3 antlers is where more than likely the 3 links in the Odd Fellowship chain come from, and these guys would have
the 3
their Noble
antlers
Grand, wearing horns,
3
making
antlers.
a toast to Nimrod, singing "Hail Nimrod," and they disbanded, and these guys joined Odd Fellowship. So it's almost like it was a pagan amalgamation, and Odd Fellows was just enough under the radar to where they were able to, with open arms, accept these. For lack of better words, a lot of white wizards and just guys that were in the occult. Like you said, Albert Pike, he was an Odd Fellow before he joined Freemasonry. And so it was almost like this covert, off the radar organization that was doing on record wonderful things for the community, but it was absorbing the teachings of Freemasonry. And I don't really think that the initiates were really always understanding where these things were derived from. And that's the same thing playing out today. There's still 3 degrees after the initiatory degree, but it's all pulled from the sacred sciences, the Egyptian and Eleusinian mysteries, the sciences of the soul, and it's just all masked. So I do agree with it being more dangerous in the sense of, I would say 85 to 90% of the members don't understand what they're a part of, but I do believe that it has been masked
85
and used and manipulated by Freemasonry and Rosicrucianism as
85 to 90% of the members don't know what they're part of.
As an outlet that kind of just gets overlooked.
I mean, it's powerful because you have things like the patriarch militant, and most people don't kind of understand that. But you guys were the ones, and not I say you guys, but you're no longer a member. But they were the ones in 1855. They would actually do the march for the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier every year in Washington D.C. and in Canada, and they still continue to do that to this day. And so that's, I mean, that's
absolutely.
Oh wow, they're the ones who do the Tomb of the
and
Unknown
it's actually an
Soldier.
Odd Fellow who's one of the only people allowed to present that, which is interesting. And like you said, a lot of presidents were members. The Social Security system was based on the principles and the tenets of Odd Fellowship. Man, it just goes, the list goes on of the influences, especially in the United States. It was every single law.
That's crazy because my brother is military, and that's where he said he wants to be buried, at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier.
In the United States donated a slab of marble to build the largest obelisk in the world, I believe, the Washington Monument.
Yeah.
So they've definitely had their hands getting a little dirty for sure.
So coming into this, there's a lot of folks who are watching tonight, Cody, that are like me. I've gone down so many rabbit trails. You've actually lived in a lodge like this, but not hearing about the Odd Fellows and giving us the history of it, it's helping me, formulate just who these people are, and how far they go. John had pulled up some things, and hopefully he'll show them here in just a second. The Tartaria connection to the Odd Fellows is eerie, and I hope you bring that up. I'm like many of you guys. I'm trying to piece this together, and coming into this is just interesting that it's passed me by, and I'm like most of you folks, never heard of them. And it's good to know, being that watchman on the wall, like you said last night, it's good to know the enemy.
Sorry, guys. My microphone sucks. Support me so I can get a new microphone. Thank you. All right, let's do this. All right, here we go. All right. Oh, I got a baby on the way. I can't be paying for
fight coming in.
You
There would be the initiatory degree, and there would be certain characters and certain roles played out in.
We're gonna have to press it.
Wait.
All right, you can hear me now, right? All right, cool. Thanks. Just keep reminding me when the sound goes out because I need a new mic. Can you see that? All right. So I think that they're trying to say is, look, what the Oddfellows wore almost looks like what the Tartarians wore. You see, that's the Oddfellows. This is probably Oddfellows too, but it does look very Tartarian.
Guys couldn't read and they weren't as illiterate. And so one of the things that Oddfellows did, and they've driven it home just like every fraternal organization, is they believe in symbols being a language that can be spoken across the world. And so along with symbols, they act these things out. So the degrees are dramatizations where these men are wearing different characters' attire. So you would see different, like the skull and bones on the, I think it's the second image.
Yeah, the top right
like
image.
that would be in. Yeah, so like that, I can't really read the font, it's kind of small, but like that would be from the initiatory degree. And you would see specific things being worn during the different degrees. And then some of like the sashes on the bottom left that these gentlemen are wearing, sometimes sashes would be worn. This is something that these people would be extremely proud of. And so some of the sashes would be worn during like city parades or stuff like that. But yeah, this is definitely some of the ancient Oddfellows attire. And most lodges today are lucky if they have any of the costumes. Like the lodge I was a part of had all of them and had taken on a lodge nearby that had burned down, and they had given over their stuff. So pretty much if a lodge shuts down or something like that, it's distributed to the closest lodges in that state or that district. But you would definitely see all of this stuff.
Okay, so this next image I'm going to show you, this is image number 4 there. This is Tartarian attire. Now, this is not all that I could find. There's a bunch of them in different maps of ancient merchants and sea kings, but this is some of the attire that they wear, and it reminded me of it quite a bit, and it's really interesting, too, because let me show you guys another one here, too. Let me find this. So, and we're going to get to orphans here in a minute. I know there's a lot of people very interested in the idea of the orphans because there is something associated with Tartaria, the orphans, the reset, the mudflood, and we're going to get to that, but I want to show kind of connections to that a little bit first, and we're going to get to it. So, let me find this here. So, okay, so here is one of, okay, so I looked at this Oddfellows skull and bones robe. This is slide number 11 here. And you have these same things, dates back from 1900s, vintage bow crossbones, visor helmet.
Wow.
And you have these symbols here, which are interesting. You have the skull and bones, but in the middle, this one struck me big time. And also the fachet, the fachet on the bottom struck me because this is one of the main symbols of Tartaria and all of these different symbols, one of the symbols, but this tent in the middle. And right here, this, if you look at this picture of Tartarian women, I got this from the BritishMuseum.org, and this production date 1669. Now I'm going to go back and forth between
Tartarian woman
here, but these are the tents. There's a tent here, and you can see the ball at the top, the same, pretty much same tracing, same the way it's open with these two
same
images.
tent.
And so the connections here are staggering. And what we do know about Tartaria is we're learning more and more about Tartaria as the time goes on, but we do know that it was classified to be hidden. And I'll show you guys this real quick. Hold on one second. Here we go. This is a CIA document, and I'm just going to read the whole thing real quick. It says, and you can tell me if anything here clicks and makes sense to you. It says, or let us take the matter of history, which along with religion, language, and literature constitute the core of people's cultural heritage. Here again, the communists have interfered in a shameless manner. For example, on 9th of August, 1944, the Central Committee of the Communist Party sitting in Moscow issued a directive order to parties Tartar Provincial Committee to proceed to a scientific revised of the history of Tartaria to liquidate serious shortcomings and mistakes of a nationalistic character committed by individual writers and historians in dealing with Tartar history. In other words, Tartar history was to be rewritten. Let us be frank, was to be falsified in order to eliminate references to the Great Russian Aggression and to hide the facts of the real course of the Tatar-Russian relations. And this was no isolated case. In every Muslim area within the USSR, historians on orders of the Communist Party have rewritten history to distort the facts so that the Russians appear always in a good light. Needless to say, histories which represent the facts truthfully have been withdrawn and destroyed so that the present and future generations of Muslims are forever denied the chance of learning the true fact of their nation's past. Now, does any of that stuff like strike you because you've been in this, you were in this organization and you saw all these things, you were, noble grand of this organization? Does any of this stuff bring any light to anything that you have, been a part of or researched?
So the one thing about this is when history, and I know that you and David and you as well, John, know when you're researching these ancient books is they can erase a lot of stuff for when we're lazy, but like when it's in text and you have the physical copies of these books, it can't be erased. And in fraternal studies, like I was really into it, studied as much as I could. It's actually how it came to be that I got out of the order, was once I studied it. But a lot of these ancient books talk about Tartaria and the things that you're saying, like as far as history being rewritten and stuff like that. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this, but there is it's an unofficial appendant body of the Independent Order of Oddfellows, and it's newer, but it's actually called the Imperial Order of Muscovites.
Yes, I've heard of that.
Have you ever heard of that?
Samaritan group as well, but yeah, I've heard of them as well.
Yes, sir. So that whole thing, it's and it's a interfraternal thing. So like you could be a member of the Fraternal Order of Eagles or the Lions Club, or you just had to be a member of a fraternal order to be able to join the Muscovites. But basically, it's all based around the Kremlin. Instead of a noble grand, they have a czar, and it's all based on Russian nobility.
Yeah,
and,
they have actual
very
bears
interesting.
on their symbol. There's a bear on their symbol,
Yeah,
I believe. Yeah,
that's one of
two
their
bears.
symbols is the bear claw symbol. But yeah, so that I've always thought that was interesting because I didn't ever get into like the ancient mystic Order of Samaritans. I didn't get into that because even with my dim of what I was a part of, the symbology in that really stuck out to me with the scythe and the pyramid and
well, yeah, I mean,
most of
those Muscovites actually, once they were kind of dissolved from the Oddfellows, when that kind of schism happened there, they went to the ancient mystics Order of the Samaritans, and that's why you see that, Yeah,
for sure. Oh, absolutely. But I mean, I think it ties in what you're talking about. Like I didn't, it doesn't come on in American Odd Fellowship much because, especially after the '60s, the degree work became so dumbed down. They took all the white magic out of it. They took all of the Gnostic principles that were just blatant out of it and really just honed in on universalist pastors writing degrees pulled out of scripture where it didn't mention Christ. It didn't mention any certain specific Messiah figure, but it was like something that the Jews, Muslims, and Christians could agree on. So they really don't talk about any of this stuff anymore. It's really just, I mean, a 3-degree thing where it's based on Judeo-Christian values, but none of this rich history is ever talked about at all.
Interesting.
Well, Jesus said, he said, there's only one way to the Father. He's the way, he is the truth, the way, the truth, and the life, and there's no other way. And so we read in Revelations chapter 20, in the last verse, it said, and whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast in the lake of fire. Now, a lot of these societies, a lot of these groups do good. Of course, we're going to be talking about orphans in a minute. People have been talking about the Shriners in the chat room and the donations that these groups make. But when you get inside these lodges, it's not about Jesus Christ. It's not about the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But folks are misled by the good deeds that they do, and they don't realize how ancient and old these groups are. The symbols that they use are part of the witchcraft magic that we read in the Old Testament. But when you see it tied together the way I've seen it today, this is another society I did not know existed. But when you look at it, and I followed John and listened to David today, this goes deeper and farther than I realized, and I'm just now waking up to it. And people will hear this, Cody and John. Sure. They'll hear the good deeds that these groups do, but then all of a sudden, they're not following Jesus Christ. It's believe in a higher power, a supreme being. What do you guys think about that?
Vibes.
Man, that's the biggest danger of it. The biggest allure. We're surrounded by so many churches, especially where I'm at in the Bible Belt. I mean, we are surrounded by beautiful, ornate churches full of very wealthy people who could not care less about helping others. And I think that just from my lodge that I was a part of, most of those guys had been burned by churches. So these are dudes who believed in Christ, would call themselves Christians, but really had a bad taste in their mouth from church. So coming into a place that's all inclusive with open arms and you're seeing good stuff done every single day, the deception isn't just on the community being able to, right in front of your face, see the good that they're doing. Because I will say that, man, they do a lot of good. They really do. And they're active. And every single one of those guys has a servant's heart. And so it's very confusing because it's hard to find anything negative about it. But like you said, man, we can't be deceived by the good works because it's hiding it's like a whitewashed tomb full of dead man's bones. And if we don't have the Son, then we don't have the Father. And so it's all in vain. And so you really see, and I don't ever want to offend any of the men in my life that I'm trying to witness that are maybe still involved in this. I would never want to be offensive, but this is the danger whenever you deal with men who are in a vulnerable and broken place, because we do want to be accepted. We do want to be loved, and we want to be a part of something that's bigger than ourselves, but that we can back it up and be proud of it to others. And then if we brag about it, it's going to be something that holds up. And that's what these organizations do. The kind of in your face charity just fills that hole and draws you in to become a family member. And then by the time, if you ever have your eyes open to some of this stuff, you're so invested, it's become part of your life to where you end up choosing either losing all your family, or you choose, leaving the only thing you know. So it's very deceiving and it's sad.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of these organizations, they draw people in this way because this is what people crave, right? They crave a brotherhood, they crave a society, they crave people that are going to look out for them. And the orphans is a perfect place to begin with that, because this is exactly what orphans themselves are looking for in a way, because they don't have family, right? So to be able to have an organization that is going to have your back when something bad might happen, when your barn burns down, you have a group that'll come in and build your barn back up, right? They have all these different things. And unfortunately, the body of the Messiah hasn't done these things as much, as much as they should. Organizations like the Odd Fellows, they play on this natural human nature, and I think that a lot of them do want to do good, right? That's why they join. That's what they wanted to do. But like you said, that danger is in the hidden aspects of it all, and being a part of something yoked together with people that you're not 100% sure of what they might be involved in. Now, if what I'm looking at from this history stuff here, you're going to find people that are involved in this organization who have a deep agenda, and they are going to be not everybody's going to know about it. They don't have to know about it, right? It's kind of need to know basis with a lot of these things, even the history behind
need
all of
to
this
know
stuff.
basis.
This is not something that I'm sure that they're just like in Freemasonry. I've met Masons that are 32nd degree that haven't even read the books that are in their lodge and don't know what they're even doing there. So much they've gone through the rituals. Of course, the rituals tell a little bit of the story, but they've never really deeply dove in to what they're involved in. And these organizations are perfect like that. Just like if you go to a university, you can go to the university and graduate with a degree, or if you're there and you show promise and you show that you're somebody that really wants to figure things out, they're going to induct you into a more elite version of that university, right? You're going to get involved in fraternities, and these fraternities are going to carry you on through life. So this is what the idea of a secret society is. It's kind of a catch-all for people that are really, really impressive and talented. And also you're going to have people that are down and dirty, and people that are dark and evil. And you're going to have people that are just normal people that like to hang out with other people. You're going to have all of that. Now, the thing that it gets me the most about all of this stuff is because I've researched Tartaria pretty extensively over the last 2 years, just really intensively, more than I care to disclose, because it's just too much time spending looking at it. But around the 1800s and around before that time, you start to see something interesting take place. Now, of course, we have the established history that we have in our schools, that we hear this established history about all of these different things that are going on. Over time, being somebody who studies history, and this is this is my job, right? I study these things. I start to see discrepancies in the past and in the history that is being portrayed to us that doesn't make sense. And then I start seeing these other things that are even older books and older things that come together, and they start to build a puzzle, and this puzzle pieces start popping together. Now, Oddfellows is a part of this puzzle in a way that I don't know how to describe other than it's a big important part of the puzzle, because when you have orphans like this, now the idea behind Tartaria and mud floods and resets is that you have these vast cities that were unpopulated, which there's evidence of that. When you look at old books and you look at old pictures of these places, you'll see cities that should house millions of people. There's no cars on the street. There's no people on the street. There's no shops open. There's nothing going on except for these vast, huge cities, which you see some of the cities, like one of the cities that I have in a picture is in San Francisco, and there's Oddfellows Lodge there in that city as well, where this is. Of course, it's not labeled that yet, or not Oddfellows Lodge, I'm sorry, but an orphanage in there. And I was wanting to look because I just wanted to see old pictures of these areas, and there's nobody in the streets at all in any of these pictures. At the time, the census was 100,000 people in that area. Well, that city is a city that would house millions of people. So why is there only 100,000 people that's built for 1 million or more people in that city already, right? And so you have these orphanages that have been either taken over by the Oddfellows, handed to the Oddfellows, built by the Oddfellows, or they seized them from some way or another. Now, the interesting thing to me is there's so many orphans. There were so many orphans. More. If you guys haven't seen the Orphan Train documentary, I suggest you watch it. I think you can find it on YouTube, and you can see how many orphans were around at the time. I mean, we're talking millions of, so many orphans all over the streets, everywhere. And they had these orphan trains and orphanages, and the Goodfellows were one of the, I believe they had more orphanages than anybody else at the time, from what I gathered. And they would collect these children, educate them. Some of them would go on to be lifelong Oddfellow members. But this is interesting to me because this is a chance to rewrite history right here. Most of the people that were around at the time were orphans, and a lot of the adults were sent to some of these asylums that the Oddfellows had. This makes a lot of sense to me as how they reprogrammed history in the United States. And a lot of people have put together certain things about some of these asylums and places like that actually show that there had been re-education going on with adults and everything along those lines. And so when I see stuff like that, it makes it really interesting to me to see that there is an organization that works with children. And now some of the stuff that I've heard in the past about satanic ritual abuse and all of these different things, you have there's this one, and a lot of people refer to it as I can't remember exactly the name. They refer to it as a certain place, but it's a place where orphans are, and this is a place where, and a lot of these SRA people refer to this as a place where orphans are, and it's like they're trained from an early age and programmed from an early age. None of them have any real names. They're programmed. They're actors, and they do pretty much anything that has been told to them to do to further the agenda of domination. And I don't know if you've obviously, I don't believe that you've heard anything about this as far as in the Oddfellows, but when you see the stuff, the guys, John and Cody, what does this tell you? You know, as far as the history and stuff goes, what kind of role could the Oddfellows have currently and in the past in shaping this history? You believe this is even possible, is what I want to say.
Possible, yes. And recent history has taught us over the last 2 years, watching how they've used the school system in indoctrination. And a lot of you guys have woken up to it seriously early in the game, have pulled your children out of school so that they're not indoctrinated with lies. But you look at these societies and learning about this one and seeing the orphanages. And I mean, if you guys look it up right now, you will find out they were everywhere. And they're mostly in every town. And being indoctrinated and now indoctrinated those children, you go, well, how can they do that? How can an entire civilization just disappear? Well, you look in the scriptures, and we were talking about Peleg today. If you read in your scriptures and you believe God's word is literal, then the entire earth was disrupted. And of course, the enemy is going to use that in many ways. Tartaria is one, but how they indoctrinate the next generation is by the orphanage. And if you look at a certain website, which is .governments and the people who have died in the last 2 years and the ages that they died and the orphans that are being left behind, this is incredible stuff. It's incredible.
Oh, yeah.
Coincidence. There's no, as David says, there's no such thing. No such thing. He does. He says that.
No, and it's interesting that you say that because like most people, their eyes aren't opened to what you're talking about the school systems. They're happy when the school year comes and they think that if you're not in school that you're ignorant. And so it's interesting because with these fraternal orders, they get in and they influence at a young age. So like what you were saying, they have youth organizations. They have the Junior Oddfellows. They have the Theta Rose Girls Club. They have the United Alpha Rho, the United Youth. And then, like you said, they're creating these lifelong members. And this is the same thing that Freemasonry does with their junior organizations or the Day Malay Society. And if you instill a universalist mindset into a mind at a young age, it's hard not to have that lens. So like Manly P. Hall was quoted talking about how it should matter not to the initiate whether the giver of light be Jesus, Buddha, or Muhammad, but to be a worshiper of that light and not the giver of the light. And so I've said this before in a previous FOJC podcast, but the devil doesn't care how we're deceived or if we directly give our worship to him. He just doesn't want us to worship the Messiah and the one true God. So if he can convince us that it doesn't matter if we're living outside of his commandments, and it doesn't matter if we're doing direct abominations to what we know is true in scripture, that all roads lead to a loving God who's all inclusive, and it just depends on how you were raised. Because with there's kind of two directions that I want to go with this, because in 1896, 1 out of every 8 men in the United States were a member of a fraternal order. So not only were these children who were orphans parentless with no one to advocate for them or the direction that they were taken spiritually, mentally, physically, any of this, but 1 out of 8 men, and I mean, it's more than that probably, but 1 out of 8 men by then were a member of these societies. And the Oddfellows and the Freemasons and all of these fraternal orders, they have the same ideology of a non-sectarian religion. And so no one's going to object to the way that they're handling this. This is somewhere for you to put all of these children. And the other thing that's very interesting is tying back to the founding father of the American order. He was an orphan, but he was also a member of the Druidic order in New York. And so if we look all the way back to the history of the Druids and we look into Arianism, which is, Tartarian, we see this Aryan ideology as well. And I don't think it's a coincidence that this man was a part of the Druidic order. I don't think it's a coincidence that the patriotic order of Oddfellows in England used to do white magic in their steps and use wands in their rituals while they were singing praise to Jesus, and some bizarre Druidic practices that crept over into America. And then we see that it's these fraternities that, like Oddfellows, they didn't allow it was 1962 before they allowed a pure-blooded Asian race to join. And it wasn't until the 1970s and late 1980s that the first African-American was allowed to join. So we're seeing that they do hold to these Aryan values. And I had no idea. And then it starts to make sense why guys like Albert Pike were a member. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And so with that being said, I would like to show, go ahead if you had something else to say. I was going to say, I'd like to show you some pictures of the symbolism. And I would like, first I'm going to ask John, somebody that's never seen these symbols, like what does he see when he sees these things? And I want to ask you as well, because you're obviously being a member, you're going to have insight into a lot of these symbols. If John, if you have any insight into them, feel free. But what do you think? You want to pass to Cody, or you want to?
Well, I'm looking at them right now, and most of you guys have seen these before. But there's a few, like the tent that you were showing me, the Tartaria tent and the Oddfellows tent. That's brand new. You've got the lamb up top, the serpent in the pole. What you got, the all-seeing eye up there. It looks like they're using all the dark magic, all the secret society magic under one umbrella, and
real quick, look what it says. We command you to visit the sick, relieve the distressed, bury the dead, and educate the orphan. Educate the orphan. So their job was to visit the sick, relieve the distressed. That could mean kill them off, put them out of their misery. bury them, bury the dead, and then brainwash the children. That's what that means.
History.
It was a repopulation agenda.
As you said, Cody, goes back to the 13th, 14th century, to medieval times, and prominently here in the United States in the 1800s, if I'm right. But looking at these emblems, it's all interchanging to me. There's one or two I don't recognize.
And
up there.
It's kind of by design, because just as in Freemasonry, they say that not everyone is deserving to know the truth.
The heart.
Only certain members are worthy of.
The heart right there is the left, which they say is on the left side, which means they're Mandela affected. That's why Pink showed the left side of her heart, of her chest. It's a Freemasonic heart.
True light in enlightenment, and so like where you would see like something maybe representing something in Freemasonry, it's going to have a different.
The heart is in the center of the body now.
Different biblical spin on it in Odd Fellowship. So everything that is a symbol of Odd Fellowship is going to be coded with a biblical derivative, but rooted in
skull and bones.
Everything that you can imagine. I mean, back to
the three rings,
the soul science religions of the antediluvian people. Really, I mean, it's definitely all in.
There's that medical thing that could with the snake around it. Look, they got a lamb, a sheep, a sun with 3 pillars, a beehive for the hive mind mentality. Interesting. And then the all-seeing eye, kind of like a crescent-looking moon-looking thing. I don't know what it all means, but I'm starting to figure it out.
Interchangeable, like you said.
Yeah, and so like when I see these symbols, you see the beehive, and to me, when I see the beehive,
Caduceus, is it a? I was gonna say Caduceus, Michael Joshua Lewis, but I thought the Caduceus was the one with the snake biting its own tail, right? Isn't what one's that one? What's that one called? That looks like a figure 8.
That pay homage to a queen and do the things that they're by nature supposed to do, and they act together in a hive mind.
Absolutely.
You have the Ark of the Covenant
without
here.
questioning the queen.
Yeah, without questioning.
How you doing, Michael Joshua?
And you have obviously the serpent and the pole, which represents Moses lifting up his.
How you doing, Australia? From Boston.
Serpent in the wilderness. You have a globe picture, which is oddly enough probably communism and Arianism is where this
Infinity
concept derived. Yeah. Greek stuff, and then you have this sepulcher with a reaper staff there, and then you have a dove,
for sure.
Dove, the stars. You have the skull and bones. You have the hand with the heart. You have, which you started seeing a lot of people remember recently, the trend with everybody having the hand on the heart. That was interesting.
GG.
The heart drawn on their hand.
Hold on, let me see.
The 3 rings. Now, the 3 rings is something that, obviously you see that in the Olympics, you see in other things. I know that what the 3 rings mean, but is there any deeper symbolism that we might be missing? And maybe give the meaning.
How you doing, GG?
People that have, never studied the idea of the Oddfellows.
For sure. So the 3 links, like I had mentioned prior, I believe personally they had their derivative with the 3 interlocking buckhorns of the worship.
The 3 interlocking buckhorns.
Life today, it represents friendship, love, and truth. So those are the 3 degrees of Odd Fellowship.
Friendship, love, and truth.
Friendship, and then.
All right, that's what these 3 rings mean. You see these 3 rings? They got them on all the Odd Fellows buildings and everywhere. Friendship, love, and truth. That's what it means.
Love and then truth. So,
you notice they got the globe on that?
The world can be brought into.
Look, educate the orphan. Globe. Educate the orphan. Globe. Educate the orphan. Globe-looking thing with a snake around it. Probably
a golden age.
That's probably tech.
Through those 3 tenets. So that's what those
no
3
problem.
Links will represent. And now today, Odd Fellowship is usually referred to as the 3-link fraternity.
Well,
now when I look at this picture,
if you can't sleep, GG, this is the perfect place for you because everybody here is either from Australia or they can't sleep or somewhere else. So, right on.
On the right, the Sovereign Grand Lodge of the Independent Order of Goodfellows, 1830.
I'm drinking coffee at 5 in the morning, and I didn't sleep.
Around it, and an image at the top of that that I'm not 100% sure what I'm looking at. What am I looking at?
I woke up at like 2 a.m.
So different states would have different Grand Lodges for that state, and then they would be given the right to have a seal designed specifically for that Grand Lodge. So I think this is
7 p.m. in Australia.
Is this just Sovereign Grand Lodge in general?
Potty from Boston to Australia. Oh, hold on. You know what? Let's make this an official potty. I'm gonna take this off for a second. Oh, Sean was here. Damn, I didn't let him in. I didn't hear him come in. Sean, come back. I'll let you in. I didn't know you were here. Fuck. All right, hold on. We got to have a party from Boston to Australia. Where's my walk with? We'd have a little walk with Keck.
In some cases, they refer to each other very high-ranking people in this world. They threaten and scare people into remaining silent about their UFO encounters and
Jeffrey Epstein was CIA, yeah, they killed Bob Marley. They killed Freddie Hampton, Amar Arbery. Styrofoam head inside a closed casket, gold coins where his eyes were left behind for the bullmaster. Nobody saw his tuxedo, a picture next to his coffin like a young tuxedo. Like the sheep, we compensate with expensive tastes. Celebrates at the end of days with extended blades. Hit with street sweepers, die swept away. Flying metal blades, definitely settled things. They hit Louis Duzio, they don't give a shit who he know. Bang, ran up in his crib and let the Uzi go. Yo, under my culture with doors, bing bang, ring your doorbell, shoot you through the door. Royalty and respect, loyalty and death. We took an oath amongst men till our dying breath. Make it twerk 16 bars, hot chorus. Run in your crib and pop smoke, clockwork orange. You know them haters though, pull out, make them Dracos blow. Make the place where your face was into a gaping whoa. When the lights go dim, fires start to flicker. Last bullet in my gun, last shot of liquor. Last bullet in my gun, last shot of liquor. Last bullet in my gun, last shot of liquor. When the lights go dim, fires start to flicker. Last bullet in my gun, last shot of liquor. Last bullet in my gun, last shot of liquor.
All right. That was my party from Boston to Australia. All right, let's do this. Let's go back to the Oddfellows. They were getting down and dirty into it. This guy is a former Oddfellow, supposedly. I don't know.
But yeah, so the serpent around the globe, it's wild because they'll put a biblical spin on it, and it's really just to that this is a worldwide fraternity and that there is an
Oh, the serpent around the globe. They put a biblical spin on it, but it really just means it's a worldwide fraternity, which means they took a serpent and made the globe
bond through the members. And it's
evil fucking globe with a serpent around it that they're teaching the orphans.
The global thing, and the wisdom and understanding of friendship, love, and truth has now touched down on every continent in the
friendship.
The globe. And then you'll see, like, I think that they have the.
I like the friendship, love, and truth idea. I mean, that's a good, that's probably like the gimmick that attracts people. You know what I mean?
Beehive there.
Look, 3 pillars. So what's that for the 33? Third degree.
And I'm trying to see.
And it looks like they have like a couple cornucopias there, and it almost looks like an octopus head there. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 appendages off coming off this weird head, right underneath right in the middle of the cornucopias.
And the 2 women would probably be like hope and charity. A lot of times they would like to typify their tenants. And
I'm glad they're explaining this because I've seen this picture before, and I always wondered if this was a piece of tech. What the fuck they had? They're doing something.
Beliefs, like in the picture next to it, the 3 pillars, those would be faith, hope, and charity. So
faith, hope, and charity. The 3 pillars mean faith, hope, and charity.
Encampment, which is where that open tent is from. So those are the upper echelon degrees that are not in the Oddfellows Lodge, but you would move forward. So it looks like that might be faith or hope or charity, or one of these would be.
It might be
kind of like a.
Even he's not sure.
Or whatever.
Even he's not sure.
And at the top of that globe, is that like a man and a woman? What is that at the top? I can't tell what that is.
I can't tell.
I can't see. It's super hard to. It's kind of grainy on mine. I apologize.
I know. What is it? What are those giants with a little? Yeah, he knows.
I'm not sure.
I'll have to get the book and get like a magnifier.
These might be giants with a big piece of antiquitech, and that's a little person on top of the roof, right? I mean,
out and see if I can look at it. Let's see what that is. But it almost looks like a, like on the top of cakes, you have the man and the woman, but I can't tell if that's exactly what that is.
No,
it kind of. Yeah, I was going to say it kind of does.
No, it's not what it is.
Here.
It's not. It's not the top.
So it actually.
It's not the top of a cake. That's for sure.
Right here. This is the Symbolism of Odd Fellowship by William Henry Ford, and it looks like it is. Let's see. Do you mind if I can read it right here and it'll tell you exactly what it is?
Tell us exactly what it is. Tell us. Tell us all your secrets.
The seal of the Grand Lodge of the U.S. will be found a shield, partly perpale and chevron. The first quarter is charged with a gavel upon an open book to signify the authority of the word of God, from which the order derives its entire wisdom. The second quarter is charged with a sheaf of arrows, the weapons of war against vice. The base is charged with a beehive, the emblem of associated industry. The whole signifies that with the authority of wisdom, the war against vice must be industrially carried on. The crest is a figure of charity, so there we go, charity, caring for 2 orphans and standing upon a globe enveloped by a snake emblematical of the great truth that charity covers a world of sin. A supporter of the shield, faith stands.
The snake resembles a great truth that charity uncovers a world of sin. I don't know. What is this called? Symbolism of the Oddfellows. Well, he's got the official book, but I don't know.
On the dexter side, holding a cornucopia in one hand, and with the other pointing heavenward, where the all-seeing eye appears in its glory, while hope, on the sinister side, resting upon her anchor of the trusting God, uplifts her eyes to the same celestial object.
Very good. Thank you for reading that.
That's the official, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for
I figured it was
reading
a
it.
personification of faith or hope or something like that.
So Cody, earlier you
He's like, I read as much as I could without getting killed.
mentioned that they removed a lot of the mystic stuff out of the lodges. What about when did they start doing that? Because when somebody goes into the Oddfellow Lodge, do they still see the symbols, the snake and the staff? They see all these. Do they still see them? What do you mean by removing the mystic part? What did they used to do in these lodges?
So it was a lot more in detail and in depth. It was a lot more of a painstaking process to join these lodges than it is now. Like now,
right now,
it doesn't take long
they'll
to
take
become a
anybody
member, and
at this point.
a lot of times it's kind of dwindling with lodges now, and so they're kind of hurting for members. So a lot of times in these small
they're all
towns,
shut down.
There's not a whole lot other than having dinner with them a few times, and then they may initiate you after you do all your paperwork and stuff. So it
Paperwork?
just depends on how loose.
Whoa.
The
I'll have
leadership of the lodges. So if you're in
I'll have dinner with them, but when they ask me to fill out paperwork, I don't know. That's asking a lot. I mean, I'm not even married. I've been engaged for 15 years because I don't want any paperwork. So, I mean, that might be the deal breaker right there, guys. All right, let's go on.
a town where they are lucky enough to have a lodge building, then they may show you around the lodge room. And then you'll see the banners and the regalia and stuff like that. But typically, an uninitiated person would never be allowed to be in the lodge room, and so they probably would never see any of that unless somebody told them or showed them, or if they got a
sneak. All right, so you can't get in the lodge room unless you're initiated, which is the initiation ritual.
Tour of the lodge. But then again, like a lot of these symbols, like the snake on the pole and different things like that, they're not even presented until certain degrees. So some of the symbols you may not see in your initiatory degree, your first degree, or even your second degree. Like in my case, one of the real symbols that
so they don't teach you all the symbols all at once. It's like a slow roll. They teach you a few symbols. It's like learning a new language. Look, chart depicting biblical and allegorical scenes with symbols of the independent order of Oddfellows. So they're taking biblical and allegory and mixing it.
kind of threw up a red flag for me. It wasn't until I got into the patriarchal degrees, and in the highest patriarchal degree, I started noticing the regalia of the six-pointed star. And these rituals were much, much older than 1948 Zionist Israel. So I couldn't understand why they're telling me that this is a Judeo sign, but yet it's the Star of Remphan, and this is not. So it's just stuff like that. So like now it's much harder. A lot of guys won't even do the ritual work. They'll just watch it on a video and then go play pool. And ritual work really isn't, I guess, a priority. It's more just about kind of charity and hanging out. But back in the day, it would have been, floor layouts would have been 8-pointed stars of Ishtar. There would have been specific movements due to the planetary alignments. Like with the entrance where the Noble Grand sits is a celestial alignment, showing that the Noble Grand is drawing his wisdom from the east, and he speaks through across the word of God, but that he's basically a channel from the wisdom that comes from the east. And it's more so hidden now. It would have been right in your face. You would have seen them openly kind of doing this ritual work. But I would say it was probably after the Civil War that they really started pulling all this stuff out. And if you look in a lot of Civil War pictures, it's wild, but you'll see like in the photos of after the South admitted defeat, you'll see a lot of the classic photos of the North shaking hands with the men of the South, the soldiers. If you look, they're all doing different fraternal grips. So many of these guys were lodge brothers fighting each other.
Fraternal grips, handshakes, handshakes.
Odd Fellowship started taking off again, and they weren't really focused as much on the ritual work.
Well, listening to you describe the initial.
I'm not on board with the concept of a straight binary world. There's many layers the concepts of duality ignore, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, duality is just what I think duality is between the darkness and light, there's another world that exists. Like, I've seen it. Like, all right, imagine this. You get a strobe light, okay? One of those stupid little strobe lights they sell at like Party City or whatever, like a party store. They just blink, just real bright, right? And the ones that you can they have a little knob on them where you can turn it down as low as it can go, just so it steady blinks as slow as it can go, right? You put yourself in a dark room and you will see things. Eventually you put on some music, the right frequency, you tune in, and you'll see things that appear in between the darkness and light. Now, I can imagine them doing that on the checkerboard floor, the chessboard floor that they got. If you had a floor that was black and white, black and white, black and white, and the whole room was like zigzag, black and white, black and white, black and white, and you flash that light on and off, you'll probably see a lot more shit. So there is another realm in between the darkness and the light, and I think they know about it. And that's where you see the gestures and stuff like that.
Shit, it's in modern times, using words like initiation.
That's
and
why
then
they
the
always
symbols.
use
It sounds
those
like there's still
gestures.
an undercurrent of that sorcery witchcraft going on. It's just
That's
covered
why.
up by words.
That's why they dress up like clowns for the kids and shit, because they see them in between the duality, the darkness and light. I've seen them.
It's like initiate, and they're pulling out, the ritualistic things they have to do, the blindfolds, the throwing them up in the air, all of that stuff. It seems like it's cut down. The enemy doesn't need that much, but a cracked door to get in. And once that enemy's in, I don't know if it's true or not. When you were in the lodge, and praise God that you are no longer there. But who was? You hear Supreme Being, you hear Supreme God. What are they? What exactly are they worshiping in these lodges?
It's the
Good
great
question.
architect
Good question.
of the universe.
The great
They attribute
architect.
it to the God of the Bible, the God, but they also say it's the God of the Quran. It's the God, in some of the older books, it'll even say that it's the God, the androgynous deity of the Vedas. And so, it's a universal God that they're
It's a
worshiping. It is
universal
not the
God.
God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
They think it's all the
you
same
do have
God.
someone who is sitting in the seat of a chaplain, and they are reading the Lord's Prayer from the lips of our Messiah. Yet they never pray in Jesus' name. You're not allowed to talk about religion. So,
oh wow! So
it's really just a like a Gnostic broad term of
they say the Lord's Prayer, but they never pray in Jesus' name.
An androgynous deity for whatever flavor you want.
Talk about the Holy Spirit smacking you in the back of the head, Cody. Wow.
Absolutely, brother.
Wow.
Yeah. So
100%.
kind of going on with this thing, obviously one of the things that I always wondered about with like P.T. Barnum, obviously he was an odd fellow, and he was one of the members in that painting that I showed. And he is the founder of the Three Ring Circus, which is interesting. This picture that I'm showing, I didn't include it in your PDF here, but these are the tents of some of these circuses that look exactly like the Tartarian tents, and also like the Oddfellow tents. So he integrated a lot of the stuff from Oddfellows into his circus, which is very interesting to say the least.
Interesting. Pull up a Shriner.
And they say that those tents are the patriarchal tents of like Abraham. So it's just so backwards.
It always goes back to the Bible.
It's very bizarre. Now I'm going to show you another picture
Bizarre.
here, and this
It's
is
bizarre.
writing of the goat ritual. I believe it's slide 8 in the PDF that I sent you. Now this is
goat.
the book. It talks a little bit about that. I've read a lot about this writing of the goat ritual, and of course I believe there's more to this ritual than meets the eye. And I know, and to me, like I have an understanding of what this means. But when you look at this, and when you obviously you've gone through this ritual, this is like the initiatory ritual, from what I understand. What does this mean, and why do they do this? And what is this picture? What does this what I'm looking at mean here?
Yeah, why?
So,
Tell us.
Praise Yah, I've not and would never ride a goat. That is not something that they do in American Odd Fellowship anymore. It's actually more.
He's like, praise Yah, I would and never ride a goat. He must have rode a goat to get in with these guys if he was there. Come on. Look, riding the goat. Look at this guy. I can't zoom in, but I mean, the Rough Rider, they call it. The Rough Rider. Like, yeah.
Like a legend, just like a joke.
I digress.
I couldn't speak. It would be only from conjecture to speak on masonry as far as this, but this was something that was done not in every lodge, but was definitely done.
Actually, back in high school, my nickname was Riding the Goat. I don't know why, but
in the Civil War era by the Oddfellows, and it was mainly to. I mean, these are a lot of country, tiny towns, and these are guys that are probably buddies from their community or guys that they know from around town. So that's why they would call it merrymaking or whatever, is because they would tell these guys and scare them to death and be like, "Oh, you're gonna have to ride the goat. You're gonna have to ride the goat," and they would even sometimes bring a billy goat out to.
Thumbs up, people.
The parades, and it was just kind of an ongoing joke. And there are some fraternal stores where they make all the regalia, like the Desmarais brothers, and they do have a Rough Rider goat, just like pictured here. But what they like in the lodge manuals, it says you're not even allowed to make animal noises. You can't replicate any of this.
You can't make animal noises
because of the legends and how just bizarre that sounds, and would definitely have people looking into your organization if people were finding out that you were riding a goat in your initiation. But what they don't know is, and I guarantee you there's no Oddfellows that know this, but the whole idea of riding the goat, it stems from the fact that when Saturn's in Capricorn, and Capricorn being the goat, and the head of the goat, or in the right side up pentagram, is if it's heads up, then it's it's kind of indicative of the initiate having control over his worldly lusts and having his mind being the ruler of his thoughts and his vices. But if it's turned upside down, then everything's chaos and it's all opposite. So they think it's just some goofy thing where, oh man, we had to ride the goat, and then they scare everyone else half to death, telling them they're going to do it. But really, it's based in ancient planetary worship and the worship of the goat.
Interesting. You know, some of the symbolism too. This picture I'm pulling up here, this is slide 9 of the ones I've given you. This is the structural of the Independent Order of Oddfellows directly from the website there. And you know what I see here is obviously all of these symbols, and you see the structure going up. You know, to know that even marriage ceremonies are even tied to this. So you see, it almost looks like a cake going up to the top, and you have these two different people, a man and a woman up there, and you have the 3 rings, and a 3-ring ritual is something actually pretty common, where you get 3 rings. So you have the engagement ring represents the promise to get married, the wedding band represents the actual union, and the 3rd ring represents another milestone for the couple. And they have these 3 rings in weddings, and it's just an interesting tie there. But when I look at this, what am I looking at? I see obviously you have the women's side going up towards the top and the men's side going up toward the top. What is this a correct representation of the structure of the Oddfellows to you?
For sure. So yeah, this is just a degree chart. So like on the left here, the Oddfellows degrees, you'll see the initiatory being the white, and then the FLT, friendship, love, and truth. And then if you go into the patriarchal degrees, where you'll see the tent where it says encampment, then you have another 3 degrees. And so you would go to, well, kind of like how with the Blue Lodge, you have your 3 degrees. Oddfellows is the same. You just have your initiatory in 3 degrees. But if you want to go further, you can seek extra degrees. So that's where the encampment, and then the patriarch militant is something where they just would dress up like soldiers and would have all this battle regalia, and they would really just do a lot of parade stuff and just kind of get people amped up locally. But then it would just be the same on the right side. So this would be the female degrees, and then the ladies encampment, and then their ladies patriarch militant degree. So and then you'll see like up at the top, it's relieve the distressed, educate the orphans, bury the dead, and visit the sick. That's the creed of the Oddfellows. So this is just a basic degree chart, kind of encamping and encompassing what Oddfellowship stands for.
Very interesting. And let me see here what other questions I had, kind of just leading to this point. So when you see this, you see the structure, you see all this stuff that, on these the symbolism. How many members are there in total of all Oddfellows around the United States? Do you know? Or is there,
I'm about
sure
to play
to
some
find out,
music
is it something
soon.
You would know.
So I don't know currently. I do know. So I know by 1910 there was 1.5 million active members. And then by 1921, there was 1.9 million active members.
I always play music on here.
Wow. And that was just by 1921. So, and that was also non-inclusive of anyone but white males.
That's what I'm getting ready right now.
60s and 70s, I do think that the civil rights movement really hurt the lodges in a sense, because
the civil rights movement hurt the lodges.
To be all
here we go.
And
here's some gravy.
Some people who were really into the degree work and the ritual work, same as today, and then others who just needed camaraderie or just needed social security. So you would have an eclectic mix of different directions. And so that's why I think that they had so many different lodges, is because even like years ago when I was involved, if you had a brother that was just not fitting in, he would just go and transfer his membership to a local lodge somewhere else. And then so
a brother that's not fitting
lodge
in.
To lodge. You can have traveling passwords where, I mean, back in the day, you would give somebody a traveling password and you could live in the lodge. You could be from a different country. So man, I don't even know how many people are a member now, but I would assume it would be in the millions, because it's in Sweden, Switzerland. I mean, it's everywhere now.
Yeah, listen to this. Did a crash course, Cody. You mentioned FOJC Radio earlier. If you guys want to listen to more of Cody's interview over there, it was called Ancient Influences of the Odd Fellowship. So write that down if you want to continue. This has been a whirlwind day, John. As soon as I got here, you started talking about Tartaria and orphans.
Thanks for coming on my show, John Hall.
All of us have been inundated with the reset.
Guys.
What is it about the reset that's got your interest in
Oddfellow,
what we know, Klaus Schwab and the Fourth Industrial Revolution.
You guys did great, Klaus Schwab.
Knowing that coming, knowing that there have been resets in the past, and knowing that there's something unaccounted for.
Thank you, John Pounders.
Idea of history. That's what's got me interested. I mean, you know, the more you study this stuff, the more you realize that what we've been told, majority is a fabrication or a manipulation of what actually happened. So, I mean, when you see that and this, it's just kind of like, you know, you can't help but be interested in it. And you know, I don't think now. I know this is we don't have a whole lot of time left here, but I would like to see what happened. You went from being
we don't have a lot of time left. Hurry up, guys.
Big dog up in the Oddfellows,
a noble grand
to
big dog
being baptized by me,
being baptized
last year, and there's a lot of stuff that happened in the middle there. So what happened in between some of that? Just, you know, a short version. People can go and listen to more of your testimony at the show that John told you guys all about. But what all took place in your mind?
So
I don't
guess
know,
I would
Gigi.
say, man, I grew up with a great.
This is John Pounders. This guy's name's Cody. He's a former Oddfellow, noble grand. He's an Oddfellow supposedly that went rogue, and he's kind of like telling a little bit of the secrets, but he's not telling much. He's not telling too much. You can tell he's trying to keep his lips tight. And then we have this other guy who's part of the interview, and it's from a channel. And I said the name of the channel.
I don't. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Maybe I'll put the link in.
Biblical foundation. I went to Christian school. I went to Baptist college. I had a sound biblical understanding, and I just needed that truth in my life, and I needed to see authentic people. So, like I had said in the beginning, like it was that allure of.
I'll tell you guys in
getting
a
in and
second.
finding
I have to
people.
go back
It was
when
one
it's
of my
over.
teachers that I respected in high school that actually.
I don't have the link. Sorry. I'll figure it out.
Met just a lot of guys that I respected, and so it was the.
It's
the right.
This is by a let's see. It's by a channel called Now You See TV. It's on YouTube. It's right here. Yeah, let me. Yeah, I'll put the link in. There you go. Hold on. Just so you know, it's a good idea to put the link in, just so to cover my own ass. Hold on. Oh, airplane going over my house. Can you guys hear it? Can you hear it? Anyway, can anyone hear that airplane go by? I'm just wondering how sensitive my mic is. It was pretty loud. All right. Yeah, no, you couldn't hear it? No, it was loud. All right.
Place at the right time where I needed something to kind of fit into, and so something in me was definitely searching. I'd left school and gotten signed by a very worldly record label.
Let's look at the tats. Look at the tats. Hold on. What's he got on his arm? Freemason tats. Freemason tats.
And had our bass player got in a motorcycle wreck, and everything kind of just went downhill from there. And this is all while I was a member of this lodge, and had just some different things happen to me that I could lean back on this brotherhood. And so I was deep in it. I was a member for 8 years, and my great grandfather was a member of the Oddfellows. It was something that I was interested in.
So it's a family deal.
I was searching spiritually too, reading a lot of different stuff, really searching spiritually. And,
also,
in some of my
fun fact is the orphans became the Oddfellows. A lot of the Oddfellows that brought the orphans over grew the orphans up, and they became Oddfellows. So if this guy's grandfather was an Oddfellow, his dad might have been an Oddfellow, he's probably an Oddfellow. They were probably from a line of orphans. And that's why he's so wrapped up in it.
Poor choices and my wrong turns, I had an experience where I witnessed a spiritual entity. And some of the things that I've been studying and searching for truth, like these feathered serpents appearing to minds and ink.
Yeah, I witnessed a spiritual entity too. What does that mean?
And people on every continent, and seeing the serpentine worship. I now knew that without a doubt that the spiritual realm was real.
Or demonic
that
entity.
What these people are mistaking for beings of light are demons. And the second I started really studying my enemies.
Yeah, it's a demon. That's what I saw.
Searching for what God I served.
Freaked me out.
Wanting to have a true relationship. I believed in Jesus. I know, I've never doubted his existence, never doubted God's existence, but I needed more of a firm foundation than that. I needed something more real, because my life was kind of going all over the place. And so it was whenever I actually stumbled across Rob Skiba's work.
Shout out to Rob Skiba.
And that stuff. I stumbled across Now You See TV.
R.I.P.
Started really looking into Enoch. I read all three, not knowing two of them were no good, but really started to see with some of these ancient writings that what the Bible was saying was true, and it was the true version, and everything else was just a manipulation of this. And I started seeing that language in Odd Fellowship. I started seeing that language of the serpent in Odd Fellowship. And it was really whenever I started being convicted of keeping Torah, keeping the commandments.
So Rob Skiba woke this dude up out of the Oddfellows. Basically, that's what I'm getting. What's up, Ryan? Yeah. The whole you missed it, Ryan. The whole show was about the Mudmob. You would have loved the show tonight, Ryan. You would have loved it. Ryan, where were you?
Hinting, my wife and I moving from the city, getting away from poor situations for us spiritually. And it was really seeking the Father. And mind you, I'm still a member of this lodge. Not yet a noble grand, but I'm climbing the ranks and really getting involved. And then God starts to show me that like there is a separation that needs to take place with his beloved. And if we're the bride, we need to be set apart. And I was not set apart in the least bit. And it broke my heart. And now I'm bound by pledging my sacred honor to this. I'm leading this lodge full of people who I've been trying to be a witness to these guys and be a good example, and thinking that this is, a Christian organization. And just began to just be sick to my stomach with conviction, and seeing all this stuff and reading all these different books, reading about Freemasonry, and for like 2 years talking to different members and being like, no, this isn't, they'll say to you, this isn't like Freemasonry. We don't do any of that weird stuff. And there's nothing esoteric. This is all biblically based. And that's what my ears wanted to hear. I didn't want to leave, and so I was looking for reasons not to. And so it was just really when.
So they tell you this is not esoteric. This is all biblically based.
I really started praying to the Father to give me a heart of flesh and not of stone, and started reading these scriptures talking about being separate, not communing with darkness, and realizing that all of these guys that I call my brothers, whether or not they're good people or not, if they don't have the Son, they don't have the Father. And Christ says that, I mean, he said that his mother and his brother and his family were those who kept his Father's commandments. And I started realizing that I needed to be separate. And if I was going to witness to these guys, it was going to be without having to be bound in covenant with them. And so I finished out my term, and I never went back, and I never received my past grand degree because I refused to put that regalia on me. And
he ran away.
So yeah, God, I mean, I asked for it. I asked him to shake me and to hit me with that refiner's fire, and he did hard, and I couldn't even think about anything else until I could just get out. And I'm so incredibly thankful that he was consistent and faithful and true and had patience with me. My leaving, that was the hardest thing, one of the hardest things I've ever done in life. Telling guys that I respected that what we're involved in is pagan, and showing them how, and them being like, no, well, it's not like that, having no idea what I'm even talking about. I think half the guys still think I'm nuts, but I did get calls from guys later on, a year later.
They think you're nuts.
Or that one guy was going to deliverance counseling, and another guy was.
If you go against them, they think they all make you look like you're nuts.
Bought a King James Bible and was reading it cover to cover, and another guy that used to pull on my zits and make fun of me and tell me that I was going to grow out of believing in the Father became a believer. So I do not ever want to make it seem like I condone being a part of these groups, because we're not to link ourselves.
No, I did not know Rob Skiba.
You are,
but
literally.
But I watched Rob Skiba, GG. I used to watch him. I used to go to his chats. I've talked to him before, in the chat. You know,
chaining yourself with soul ties, not only to past brothers, people that you've never met.
I prayed with him.
Allowing your subconscious to be a part of rituals that were designed to put impregnable imagery in your subconscious. And the ancient mysteries and the Egyptians talk about that. You can read through all of the Sphinx and the pyramid workings and see the similarities between these orders with the scythe and with the blindfolds. And it just goes hand in hand with really just everything that just seems like something innocent, seems like part of just something so minuscule as where the noble grand's chair is located. You would never know that there's an esoteric reason behind that. And when the light hits, it's ugly, and it really puts the light on everything. And that's why I've felt strongly about speaking to people about this, is because it's something that is so subtle, but it's very serious. And I feel like it's an easy way to defile yourself.
What I can say is that I know a lot of people that follow Rob Skiba still watch his stuff, and a lot of people say that a lot of people that believe in God say that he's really good. So I don't really know, whenever I went to his things when he was live, I always enjoyed it,
Self without knowing it. So yeah, I've been.
At one time I thought I thought him and Douglas, I thought Rob Skiba was UAP. And I saw Douglas in the chat, and he was like, I'm not Rob Skiba. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry.
Very gracious to me, and I owe everything to him. So I'm honored that you guys would have me on here, man.
Listening to your testimony, one of the dangerous things about truth, and the world uses it in such a way, it will lure people into a trap. And that's how Satan does it. Offers you shining light. It makes you feel good, makes you feel a part of a group, like you're doing something good. And all the while you're denying Christ in your life, denying the power of Jesus Christ. And hearing your testimony, giving yourself over to Jesus Christ, and now witnessing to people who are still in it is inspiring. And I praise Jesus for that, Cody. And thank you for sharing that.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Oh man, I think that's why I was able to go through a lot of this stuff, is because I will have a unique testimony. And to think about just the irony of being a commandment keeping Christian while you're involved in something like this. I mean, I feel like that is part of the message of tonight, is that there's so many believers who don't even know they're lukewarm. There's so many believers that don't even know that, you don't have to take the mark of the beast to not be invited into the kingdom. There's a lot, like David says, there's more than one ways to hell, I believe is what he says. It's not just through these big things. Like it's such a subtle creeping in of this ancient paganism, but to see like that Christ does ask for us not to put our hands to the plow and to turn back. I mean, we have to realize where we are in time. We have to realize what you guys are talking about with the reset and stuff. That is all fraternal language of this coming new age of golden age and fraternity. I mean, that is classic fraternal language. And so I do believe that God has allowed me to put my money where my mouth is, and now have an avenue to maybe, if it's just one person, to let them know, just research what you're a part of. Nothing
Just
that you're ever
research
going to
it.
do that is for God's glory will they ever ask you to put a blindfold on. Nothing that you're ever going to do has to be kept a secret. Nothing that
Yeah.
you're ever going to do for the kingdom is ever going to be something that
The
you know,
truth
is
will
hidden.
set
You
you
can't pray in
free.
Jesus' name. Like, we are to proclaim his name, not to hide it when you go in the door and you give the passcode. So if you can't bring Christ Jesus with you somewhere,
Or
don't
will
go back.
make you free.
Amen to that, man. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank
Obviously,
you.
It was a pleasure
Thank you,
meeting
guys.
you last year, and it was great
Thanks,
to have you on. I
guys,
don't
for
know
coming on.
What, you know, maybe
Great
your prayer
guests.
to
Great time.
be able to be a service to God triggered me to call you. I don't know, but out of the blue in my mind, I'm like, I got to call Cody. We got to have him on about this. So this is really cool, man, to see God's prayers answered. And I know this will help somebody in their decision, because
I'm not sure, Gigi, if it's really the jab or not, or if they're just trying to make it seem like that, or if they took Revelations and used it as a playbook and was like, we're gonna try to make these people in this time think it's coming true, or if Revelations is really coming true. You know, but there's some crazy shit going on. If you look in my community section, I can't really play it. I'm not going to play it on my channel, but if you go to Catherine's channel at some point, watch the stream she did last night. All right. It's in my community. I'll show you guys where it is. If you go to my channel, okay, you go to the Boston Ray Mudflood Adventures channel. All right. Boom. You go down to community right here, and you always check my community section because I always post everything when I go in. But this is Catherine's channel. Catherine, it's called People's Press Media. Okay? People's Press Media. It's a new channel. It's We the People of MA. Okay? She's great. She's great. She's been doing a lot of streams, and she's also running for city council. But needless to say, she only has 123 subs, but she's been growing fast. So everyone's subscribe. Let me friggin' see if I can get her link down. Let me see. I can't. I'm not gonna play what they talk about on here because it's just they can get away with it over there, but I'm not gonna get. They're not gonna let me get away with it. That's for sure. But I'll put the link in for you guys. Everybody sub this channel and check her out. She's my friend. I know her in real life. She's a real person. I met her. I meet her in real life. Real life, like not just through the screen. Like, she's real. Okay, I can attest to that. Okay, so anyway, all right. Okay, that's a good one. Maybe we'll get to that if we have time. All right, let's see. Where are we at? No. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We'll definitely get to that. We'll definitely get to that. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Yep. We're gonna play that. Okay. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. We're definitely gonna play this. Don't worry. I'm racking them up. I'm racking them up, guys. Racking them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's this one? Oh boy. What's this? All right, we'll do that one too. Let me see. What is this one? All right, we already got that one. All right, got that one. All right. All right. This is the one that they're probably gonna fuck with me with. So I want to play this now, and I'm gonna try to shield it. Put the shield on. This is the face shield. All right, you ready? They'll probably if they cut my stream within 3 minutes, don't worry, it'll come back. It'll come back. Everything will be all right. What up, Nuba? Nice, they let me play it. That was one that they wouldn't let me play before. I think I got through. I think I got through to them. All right. I'm making good connections, guys. I'm making good connections, great connections in the music industry, in the Boston music industry, everything. You guys have no idea what I'm about to do with my life. Okay. Telling you, I'm going places. I'm going places. And you know what? If I ever make it anywhere, I'll take y'all with me. I'll take y'all with me. Whoever's here, I'll take you with me. Okay? I'm not going to leave anybody. No man gets left behind. No man gets left behind. Okay. Let's see what else we have. Sorry, guys. It's a commercial. It's a commercial. I got to get right through the commercials. I can't fuck around. So this guy Apathy, I think he's a Freemason. I think he is. I'm not 100% sure, but he's always rocking the Freemason stuff. He's good though. Oh, what the fuck? All right. There is some good skate parks in Massachusetts. Yes, there is. We're talking about skateboarding now. Bill Miller's a skateboarder too. My co-host Bill Miller, when he comes back, he's still my co-host. He just hasn't been here for a while because he's been dealing with his own life. But I was a skater. Nuba asked me at Boston, you skateboarded? She must be a psychic because yes, there's some good skate. Why are you in Massachusetts, Gigi? Is that the deal? Like, yeah, there are some good There are some skate parks here. There's outdoor ones. There's indoor ones. I used to go to this one. It's not there no more, but it was called ZT Maximus, and it was in Cambridge, and it was like indoor, and it was like a big one, and they had like a half pipe, quarter pipe. I had a weed pipe, but I tried to drop in on it. My first time trying to drop in on the half pipe, and it was like I think it was like a 12-foot half pipe, right? I fucking busted my fucking ass, dude. Almost broke my wrist. But then after that, I got better at it. And then we have a friend named Andrew Muddy from West Roxbury, Massachusetts. And he was pretty good. Pro skater for Burton, snowboarding too. And and now he's part of Greentown. They grow pot. But he basically he skateboarded. He had his own signature board for Burton at one point for snowboarding, and he built a half pipe in my friend's backyard in West Roxbury, right? And we had a half pipe. It was nice. We all like people helped him build it, but like when it was done, it was really nice. And we used to all skate around all the time. So like growing up between the ages of like 13 into my early 20s, yeah, I skateboarded a lot. Yeah, look up. Yeah, that's killer. After over 15, I decided to do a spring. Well, listen to this. The kid downstairs had a skateboard, and I'm like 38 now. I haven't been on a skateboard in like 20 years, but it wasn't a good skateboard. It was like a cheap one, and the wheels don't work right, and the trucks were like fucking wobbly, and I didn't realize that it was a piece of shit, right? So I thought it was like a professional skateboard, and I was like, oh, a skateboard? And I go to like jump on the thing, and then the wheels didn't move, and I didn't fall down though. I caught myself, but I almost busted my fucking ass at 38 years old. I thought I was like 13 again. I was like ready to jump on the thing, and the thing didn't move. It was like a week or two ago, like a month ago. All right. All right. So All right, let's see what this is all about. The North, since we were covering the North End.
Hi, I'm Anthony Sammarco, and I'm the author of Lost Boston. And today we're actually visiting North Square in Boston's North End. In the period
cobblestone streets, brick buildings. There's tunnels underneath this. This is where the tunnels were that I showed you previously in the earlier in the stream. This is where the mafia tunnels are. This is where the mafia came. This is where the Italians were. All right, let's go.
of the 17th century, this area, which was basically the area just north of King Street, or what is today State Street, that divided the North End from the South End in Boston, was an area.
Oh, hold on, I'm not even on the screen. Jesus, I'm having a lot of bloopers tonight. All right. So we're just covering the North End a little bit. You see the bricks? Look how old. This is how it looks. I mean, it still looks like that. But there's all these really nice Italian restaurants. Real Italian restaurants. Triangle. Was there... You talking about me? What triangle? I don't know. I don't see a triangle.
Area that was a crossroads. And by the time of the 1840s and 1850s, the neighborhood, which had been primarily the descendants of the Puritans that had settled...
Oh, Nuba? Yeah, Nuba. I don't know who Nuba is. Nuba's been a sub for me for a while. I have a lot of subs where you probably don't recognize because I'm a Mudflood channel, and the Mudflood community is huge. Gigi, embrace them.
The town of Boston in 1630 began to change. And in the period of the 1840s, the Irish began to come to the New World, followed by German Jews, Russian Jews, Italian.
There probably is Freemasons who watch me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have a problem with any denomination, sect, whatever, however you want to call it, race, creed. I do not discriminate. And I have a special place in my heart for the disabled and the homeless, where I always try to help them the best I can.
A panoply of almost every other Western European country. But today, when one thinks of the North End, it's primarily an Italian-American neighborhood, a place in some ways that does have wonderful restaurants, pastry shops, bakeries. There are wonderful things.
God. Dude, the food down here is so fucking good, dude. Anywhere you go, it's like it's not really like expensive or anything, but it's just like, I don't know. It's really good, man. Like, if you like Italian food, come to the North End. Dude, they have pastries, anything the fuck you want, dude. It's like blocks and blocks of restaurants, wine. Just people. There's people drinking out in the middle of the street, like, and sitting on nice little chairs. And it's in the summertime. It's really nice.
Still survive to this.
All the buildings. Look at them. Look at them. Look how old they are. Look, they still survived. These are the old buildings.
Today, including Paul.
Okay, Paul Revere's house. We're about to be at. This is Paul Revere's house. Anyway, look at this. Cobblestone. Brick. Cobblestone. Brick. You see that line right there? That red brick line? That's the Freedom Trail. This is along the Freedom Trail. This is where Paul Revere supposedly took his ride. It was bulldozer 6 months. Filmed my first trick in years a month ago. Still limping, bruised heel. Oh, Nuba has a globe for. I don't know what what is the symbol, Nuba? I think Nuba. Do you believe in the globe, Nuba? It's okay. Do you believe in the globe? It's okay if you do.
Revere.
We're flat earthers. Most of us are flat earthers, but it's fine.
His house.
Just stick around. Just stick around, and you'll get it.
Seen directly behind me, Paul Revere's house itself was built in 1680 and is the oldest house in downtown Boston. When it was built, North Square had previously had a fire that destroyed much of the buildings. But Paul...
Keep showing up. It works if you work it. Oh, I'm Stephen James, lovegrove.com. Not finished. Not a Mason. No. I'm just wondering what the globe symbol means. It looks like the Death Star. Kinda. It has like a globe with an eye, like a circle. I don't care if you're a Mason or not.
Paul Revere's house itself throughout this.
I want the Masons to watch my channel. Let them. I want them to like. I don't know. Reach out. Tell me what's up.
17th.
Am I right or am I wrong about things?
17th and 18th century would be a comfortable home. Paul Revere lived here between 1770 and 1800. His first wife and he had 8 children. He married again after her death and had a further 8 children with his second wife. But the idea was he lived here not just with his wife, 16 children, but at least 7 apprentices who were learning the trade of silversmithing.
Now, Nuba shows up every night, almost, for my shows. He enjoys it, but I don't know what the symbol means, honestly. What does it mean, Gigi? Do you know what it means?
When we think in some ways of the North End, too, we have to realize that in the 19th century, North Square was a thriving crossroads. It had not only the Mariner's House, which was a place where people associated with the mercantile trade could stay at a very inexpensive price, but it also had the Seamen's Bethel, today known as Sacred Heart Church. The Seamen's Bethel had been founded in the 1840s by Father Taylor, a beloved pastor of the Methodist Episcopal.
So you are a flat earther. Nuba is short for no ball, and it's a search engine symbol. Okay, everybody relax. Everybody relax. It's an AA thing too. Low-level masonry. Okay. AA, what? You talking about AA like Alcoholics Anonymous? You think so? Alcoholics Anonymous is Freemasonry? It probably is, GJ. I mean, I was involved in Alcoholics Anonymous for a long fucking time, but I never thought I started a meeting. I started an AA meeting that still goes on today in Framingham on Thursday nights. Framingham Young People's Meeting. Me and my crew started. We were the chair. We were on the chair that started that meeting. And it still goes on to this day. And it's a good meeting. And if you're in the Framingham area at the Smock Building, do it. Thursday night. Framingham Young People's
Episcopal Church.
But yeah, I didn't know AA was Freemasonry. But it does seem like a cult because they, I don't know. It's like, all right, this was my problem with it, okay? If you guys want to get into the AA talk, all right. One day at a time get you through the day, right? It does. It works. But you don't make a 5-year plan and you don't get nowhere in life. Like you just life will just pass you by one day at a time. Like it goes by so quick. A day is only 24 hours. Like it's not that long. So you live life one day at a time. You get through it. You're sober. But then what? You know, you always got to ask yourself, then what? Then what? Then what? Then what? Because, like, you know, make a 5-year plan. Set a goal.
Well,
after you get sober and you're one day at a time, you get sick of that shit. Set a plan. Put a deadline.
20th century, the North End itself was probably the most densely built up and settled neighborhood of the city of Boston. It was said that there were over 21 languages and dialects spoken just in this one area. In some ways, the immigrants themselves were an important feature, and they were alleviated in their plight primarily not through the Americanization program, but it would also be in some ways through the North Bennett Street School. The North Bennett Street School itself had been founded and endowed by Pauline Agassiz Shaw, but she herself was married to Quincy Adams Shaw, the wealthiest man in Boston. They would also have the Saturday...
I'd marry the wealthiest man in Boston, too.
Evening Girls, a group of both Jewish and Italian immigrant girls who would actually meet on Saturday evenings to actually make art pottery. Today, when we think of the North End, many times we always think of Paul Revere.
Paul Revere on his fake bullshit ride in his cartoon.
But he's immortalized in a statue by Cyrus Dallin at the Prado.
There he is. That's our best depiction of what he looked like.
Prada was created as
No.
a WPA project in the 1930s. And in
I was there. I was looking for it. It's on a live stream somewhere, I think.
that instance, it was an important feature to realize that he himself was seated on his horse Meg and basically taking off for the midnight ride, that he would actually alert the colonists that the British were coming. So today, when we look at the North End, we have to realize that it's an ever-evolving neighborhood. Today, a tourist destination, but also a home to a group of people that look at Boston's North End as a great place, accessibility, as well as some of the best restaurants.
Yeah,
and
and you
bars
know
in
what
town.
else too? Bill Wilson, right? That's his name, right? The guy that wrote the book, the AA book. They took LSD when they wrote that book. They were tripping on acid when they wrote the book.
Recordings just.
Yeah, the Mormons are a cult, you think? I don't know. I don't know much about the Mormons, but I noticed one thing is I had a talk with Mormons. Like they, my whole life they talk to us, but they seem godly, but like they have this book of Timothy, I think. Is that no? What's the book? It's a book that I never heard of. But anyway, it's not Timothy. It's something else. But anyway, I started talking to them about flat Earth, and they just walked away. That's how you get rid of the Mormons. If the Mormons come up to you and you want to get them out of there, just start talking to them. Just start flat smacking them, and they'll leave. I'm telling you, they don't want to hear it. All right. A lot of them. I'm not saying all Mormons are like that. I'm talking about the ones that come up to you in public, knock at your door and stuff like that.
For the past few episodes, we have been here in the city of Boston, kind of looking at the birth of the American Revolution. We've had the chance to visit some amazing places like the Old State House and the Old South Meeting House. And today we're going to another iconic spot that is connected with the American Revolution, and that is also connected with one of the famous phrases to come out of the American Revolution. One if by land, and two if by sea.
One if by land, two if by sea.
Today, we are going to the Old North Church.
Old North Church, baby. All right, let's just scan. I'm not going to go through it all, but look. Boom. I don't want to play this guy's whole video and get my whole stream taken down. So he's in there. He's in the church. He's walking around. That's the inside of the church. He got some good shots. Not really. Actually, I would have did a better job. There's the roof. There's the windows. It looks all done over. No, I don't want to learn Babel. Blowing the trumpets. Double-headed cherub. Winged cherubs. Winged cherubs. Angels everywhere. Right boob hanging out. Right boob. Oh, let's see what he's saying here.
Down here in the crypt, one of the first, tombs that you see is that of the first pastor of the church.
The first pastor of the church in the crypt.
Timothy Cutler. This is where
This is under the tunnels where I was showing you, under the North End, where they say there's crypts and there's bodies. Let's see.
Is at rest, and something that is interesting is directly above us is the pulpit. So Cutler spent over 40 years.
Wow, look how close that is to the ground.
As pastor here, and is right below the spot where he spent so much time. All right, now here's one that is really interesting to me. You see that name, Major John Pitcairn. Pitcairn was a British regular. He was actually a part of the March on Lexington and Concord, and he was going to be fatally wounded at the Battle.
The Mormons own the Dead Sea Scrolls. So what do you think about the Dead Sea Scrolls, Gigi? Doesn't the the Book of Enoch come from there? And all all those books that they say aren't canonized, they come from the Dead Sea Scrolls. Am I correct or am I wrong?
Of Bunker Hill, and I was buried in the crypt right here below the Old North Church. So I really.
Or was it like the Apocrypha or something? If Freemasons are good, what would the secrecy be for? They are so good that it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying they're good. I don't know. I investigated them. I've been looking into all their stuff. I know a lot about them, but I don't really know if I know, because some of the stuff that they tell us about them might be wrong. Who knows? You know, it's a secret.
Realize this is pretty dark right here, but you can see the original tombstone right there with his name. Here's something that's really interesting, is that his family requested his body be sent back to Britain. Well, when the body arrived, they opened
Joseph Smith. Yeah, that's what they were talking to me about. Yeah, Joseph Smith. Yeah, something about Joseph Smith. You're right.
it up, and the person inside was wearing a lieutenant's uniform. So there's some questions on whether Pitcairn is still here or whether he is in England. But either way, this
He's not still here. He's in England.
is the crypt that he was interred in.
That was the crypt he was entered in. You see, you heard how he worded that? That was the crypt that he was entered in, but we're not sure if he's still there.
Okay, making our way down through this crypt.
Just proving my point that there's no bodies in these graveyards, like I said before on my past live stream.
Here, and this is something that Emily was showing me that is just incredibly
It's all brick. Look at all the brick.
fascinating. This is the inside of one of these tombs. So what we are looking at here.
So they have the inside of one of the tombs perfectly clean with lights on, with a coffin, so people can go inside and just walk around and like look around. There's no body, just an open old coffin. And what's that? A cube? What the fuck is this? I don't know. This person wanted to be buried next to this fucking thing. All right.
Is the actual coffin of one of these individuals. Every once in a while, they would have to make room for more.
It was an actual coffin of one of these individuals. We don't really know whose coffin it was, but it was one of them.
Emily, what did you say? There's like 1,100 people?
1,100.
Yeah, about 1,100 people who were thought to be buried down here.
1,100 people were buried.
They'd have to make room every once in a while, and they would reorganize the bodies, and they would take the skeletal remains and like put them in a mass grave. But look at how narrow.
Whoa, they would reorganize the bodies and take the skeletal remains and put them in a mass grave? What kind of sick shit is that?
That is. And what it would have looked like in here is just these coffins stacked one right on top of the other. And when there was a new burial, well, they would have to come in here and rearrange these coffins. So this is also before embalming too. So sometimes the church up above, you could smell the decaying flesh down here, which seems unpleasant. But anyway, yeah, there's the inside of one of these tombs. Very fascinating.
Ooh, I wish I could make my room look.
Very fascinating. Interesting. I wish I could make my room look like that too, bitch.
Who is interred down here in the crypt. Samuel Nicholson. As you can see, he is a Revolutionary War veteran. Samuel Nicholson was the first captain of the USS Constitution. I wish I had time while I'm in Boston to go to the Constitution, but I just have run out of time. So anyway, it gives me a good excuse to come back. But yeah, here's the grave of Samuel Nicholson.
Don't worry. I'll go to the Constitution for you. Don't worry.
Here's another interesting grave of somebody that I guarantee you've never heard of. This is Shubail Bell, and he was...
I don't care about the graves. I already looked at them. They're all fake. It's all a bunch of bull. It's all a bunch of nonsense. It's all fake. It's all fake. It's all fake. Who's here? Gigi Abelin, Nuba, Austin Murphy. We still got 10 people watching. It's 5:08 in the morning. Timothy P. Southwick. I don't know. Whatever. I don't really see anybody else. It's cool. All right. What day is it today? Wednesday? Think so. All right. Let me see. I need something that's going to take me.
An announcement is currently underway. Please pay attention to the following information. The state of Massachusetts, in cooperation with the federal government, has officially put the Red Orb Temple on the list of illegal cults no longer allowed to operate in the United States. The 3 founders are still wanted by the FBI. If you have any information that could lead to their capture, please contact us at 778-330-2389. All calls are anonymous and toll-free. There is a good chance that these individuals will continue their recruitment over the next few days. If you live in Massachusetts, the following tips may save your life. Several text messages from this cult have been sent promising the recipient unparalleled spiritual fulfillment. In order to access these promises, the victim must go to a certain location where they will be picked up by a van belonging to the cult. Participants are then taken with their eyes hidden to a secret place where they can make spiritual contact with the red orb, the cult's god. If you receive such a message either by SMS or email, please ignore it. Responding to it could compromise your security. Several federal agencies are tracking the origin of these messages. If you happen to know older people who are more likely to fall into this scheme, please warn them of the danger. In the last 2 weeks, more than 43 people have gone missing after answering the call of this cult. Only one has managed to escape from its grip. The testimony received speaks of the fact that each participant was forced to enter a huge tent, set up in the middle of a field, far from any buildings. Inside the tent was a giant spherical object that looked like a large red meatball in a cage. Once the participants entered, the doors of the cage were opened by the organizers. One by one, the participants started to suffer from hallucinations that pushed them to enter the cage and then to throw themselves inside the sphere. There are very few details about what was inside the sphere, but the person who escaped had a sofa and a lamp in front of him, which made us believe that it could be a room used to imprison people. It is likely that these criminals are moving their cult across the state in order to get in touch with as many victims as possible and avoid detection. Little information is currently available. Here are some details that we are authorized to share with you to assist in the investigation. We believe that the cult is using a truck with a 45-foot white trailer to transport their god, the Red Sphere, which contains a closed room that houses the kidnapped people. According to possible witnesses who were disturbed by the noise, the trailer appears to have been modified to accommodate a rooftop generator running at full speed. Do not approach the truck. If the truck appears to be suspicious, do not approach it. Stay at a safe distance and do not attempt to open any doors or windows. Call the authorities. Contact the police immediately and provide them with the details of the truck's location, license plate number, if visible, and any other identifying features. Remain on the phone with the operator until they confirm that help is on the way. Stay aware of your surroundings. While waiting for the authorities to arrive, keep an eye on the truck and any individuals that may be in the vicinity. If you notice any suspicious behavior, leave the area immediately and inform the police. Do not touch or remove anything from the truck. It is important not to disturb any evidence that may be present on or around the truck. Do not touch or remove anything from the truck, as this could interfere with the investigation. Follow the instructions of the authorities. Once the police arrive, follow their instructions and cooperate fully with their investigation. Be prepared to provide any additional information that may assist them in their search for the suspect. We also want to dedicate a message to the people who have been victims of these criminals and who are currently possibly locked in the sphere in the trailer. This message is addressed to you. Remain composed. Being trapped in this situation can be frightening, but it's important to maintain a sense of composure and clarity of thought. Panic may impair your ability to think clearly and make sound decisions. Look for ways to escape. If possible, try to look for any possible ways to escape from the room. Look for weak spots in the walls or ceiling that you may be able to break through, or try to find any tools or objects that you could use to pry open the door. Create noise. If you can't escape, try to make noise and attract.
Let's go! Make some motherfucking noise! Hands up! When I say drinking, you say smoking. Drinking! Drinking! When I say smoking, you say drinking. Smoking! Smoking! When I say drinking, you say smoking. Drinking! Drinking! When I say smoking, you say drinking. Smoking! Smoking! Yo, I live in a dump, shit face and dribbling drunk. Give him a pump, 40 bottle and a hit of the blood. A perpetual poetry in any pitiful part. Instead of the jump, leave the fucking stage glitter with you. I just think your fronts around for 6 figures a month. I got friends in high places, tell these bitches are true. This is your life, homie, you only living it once. We all came here the same way, delivered from cards.
son of 100 with 101 reasons to bust off and act off. I'm nutty with the needle and there ain't no way to fix me. A dirty devilish will take your ditch if you diss me. I'm pissy off the whiskey, higher off the coca. Pockets getting broke and my pockets getting broke. Some voices got treble, some voices got bass. Yeah, we got the kind of voices that are in your face. So when I say drinking, you say smoking. Drinking, drinking. When I say smoking, y'all say drinking. Smoking, smoking. Drinking, 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 smoking, 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 smoking. When refer to me as white boy, I take that home. Meaning, how? That shit pisses me off. You got a question, I'll answer that with flipping you off. Bitch ass motherfucker singing a bitch's a song. I make a song about you and dope and stick my dick in them all. No life for no one. Just stop this so right for someone. I seem to fit in just right here, but it's the same place that's killing me. Your life's not fair, I'm saying. No life for no one. Just stop this. Right you sing it. I walk around like I'm a headless chicken, zombie land infested with infected children. This has got to be the most murderous music. This is one of the best crowds I ever rocked for in Boston. Package with a live grenade. Plus dirty hypodermic needles filled up with AIDS. A whole bottle full of pills and a box of razor blades. Floods in, plagues in, biblical rapture. Y'all are pitiful. I'm poison to a typical rapper. Take it literal. I litter the ground with bones like a pagan ritual. A bloodbath. Let me paint the visual. Body after body, I'm legendary for tossing in more mass graves than cemeteries in Boston. I spit for an hour. I rip and devour. And melt rappers like I threw the wicked witch in the shower. Pump your fist to the power, rip down your radio tower. I'm that dickhead that got your bitch addicted to powder. Stage diving to the crowd just to get the fans louder. We more famous in New England than clam chowder. They say I'm evil, tell them there's more to come. I'm Megatron, Shredder, and Skeletor in one. I mumble like Mumra, the spells of the undead. You summon the crack fiends, the hookers and dust heads. It's like the end of the world that amps Moses, a priest who poses with a dozen black roses. Give me the loot, motherfucker, bring Biggie back. You ain't an innovator, you're a faggot that piggybacks. You'll feel the force of your fragile nose shattering. I'm safer than the Pope in the Vatican, dope trafficking. With a dare shirt, telling kids, yes, shoot hair on. It'll put some hair on your chest. I'm a monster. Closet is stocked with rocket launchers. Shotties in the bodies of my AA sponsors. That's why you hear rifle shots at our concerts. We bosses, like Michael Scott in The Office. I keep bitches in check, because my pin pan is bigger than that hamburger helper, man. Man, it's critical to give credit, nothing less than incredible. Impress predecessors, then they place you on a pedestal. Spit ridiculous shit or shit'll get ridiculed. UMCs should dive in empty swimming pools. Because half of the time they spend half of their rhyme saying they back on the grind. That's so predictable. Fuck a movement. Spit for the DJ. Stop saying shit is a movie. That's so cliche. You got one hot song with no replay value on an album. That's so whack these days. And you wonder why the fans never cop nothing. You're frustrated every time you drop something. Maybe you should stop imitating Kanye, Lil Wayne, and Drake, you straight cocksucking. That's why our true fans still fuck with us, in love with us. We're like an inhaler for asthma sufferers. That's why these little hoes keep fucking us. My dick dangle long as the nose of Snuffleupagus. Have I led you astray yet? App is the safest bet that stays on point like a bayonet. I build monsters in my laboratory. They're massive and gory. Then sit back and bask in the glory. Fucker. Oh! Yeah. I serve the ass like John McEnroe. Put a 45 gold to the back of your skull. Come on, finger on a razor blade, backing up low. Hit the back door with a little straggler. Oh. Yeah, you heard the news. When I'm back from the grave, just a murder you. And I've been up in the street kicking curves and shoes. Number one draft pick with the vertical. Leap. White man can't jump now, but I can throw songs from a jump. I come from a hood you do not come from. If you think I'm no good, take a shot, don't. Johnny, come and try to take shit from you, little rookie. Looking at a cookie so crummy. I ain't know the jail or the bookie, no money. All into the world, cause I'm looking so funny. 99 bottles up here on the wall. 99 problems in your head with a ball. 99 ways
ways, 99 lines, 99 lines fit 99 times. Drink that, come on, sip that, come on, smoke that, come on, sniff that, come on, break that, come on, take that, come on. 99 bottles of beer on the wall. She has 99 times for 69. And love how I rhyme with the 69. I told her 99 times that the shit was mine. Back in 98, the bitch was one sip behind. And if I don't make it, I'ma switch your crime. Leaning real hard on this gift of mine. Want you a fewer, spit some sewer. Strawberry buns with a Kahlua. You like what you think? Cause a milk and Kahlua is a pussy drink. What's a dime piece worth of a pussy stick? I have been knocked down and rinsed to the brink. Stick with the ring cause I ring gonna sink. Come and take a whiff when I speak what I think. Roll up in the club, take a leak in the sink. Then I bounce to the spot with a freak in the mink. 99 bottles up there on the wall. 99 problems in your head with them all. 99 ways, 99 lines, 99 rhymes fit 99 times. Drink that, sip that, come on, smoke that, come on, sniff that, come on, break that, come on, take that, come on. 99 bottles up there on the wall. I'm the cream of the crop with the scheme of this plot. He's back from hell and the demon is hot. I'm a nightmare now, but you dreaming it now. Jumping out the whip truck and I'm screaming a cop. Pop, pop. I don't know what you take me as. Stinking the ground, so maybe I'm an atheist ass. But you motherfucking scared of my crazy ass. I'll cut you up and put you in a Macy's bag. And walk with the media pins, I translate Sally Washington into the chick. If you don't get a fooling around, I'll hold your head up in the water and I'll hold you drown. Clutching the loot, shooting around, popping your chalk off. When the city burns down, all the looters around, stay stuck in the fucking dirt like a root of the ground. 99 bottles up there on the wall, 99 problems in your head with them all. 99 ways, 99 lines, 99 rhymes with 99 times. Drink that, come on, sip that, come on, smoke that, come on, sniff that, come on, break that, come on, take that, come on. 99 bottles up there on the wall. DMS. Boston!
Yo, hey yo, Middle East, y'all ready for some real hip hop shit in here? Make some noise! First of all, I'd like to say happy St. Patrick's Day to y'all. It is officially that time. And we about to get this shit cracking, y'all. We gonna play.
To help drive home Sundown Vitamins